To do, because not only on then the woman is wanting you to be an equal partner that behaves and thinks like a woman, which is not something that y'all are going to be able to do, because not only with that, you have the system that has this is the biological code that's going on in you. So you have to take a certain amount of willpower just to govern your own biology, to govern the thoughts that goes across the male's mind. You have to put so much energy into that. Then the woman is wanting you to be an equal partner that behaves and thinks like a woman, which is not something that y'all are going to be able to do, because not only with that, you have the system that has unrealistic expectations that males have to meet. So since males have an issue with communication, males have an issue with trying to express how they feel. A lot of them don't even know how they feel in their own body. They're not going to even be able to understand and carry the load that women are asking them to carry, which only burdens men down even further from reaching this quote unquote thing called love. So what we're asking the average male to do is to be the top 1% of man, which is not likely in a system like this, and then have women accept the man with the idea that he can be this 1%. It's inevitable dysfunction. The only way that a relationship with a man can work from the woman is for her to not expect him to do anything. She shouldn't have any expectations on him, right? And she really should just do the majority of the stuff by herself and allow this male to do whatever it is and get it together whenever he gets it together.
So essentially,
go ahead. So to synthesize, based on what you're saying, most of your disciples are going to be single women that if they want a child can just go to a sperm bank and if
that's what they want. Because here's the thing, if they go to one of these guys who ain't got it together, then we're going to end up with the same problems that we have. So like I said at the beginning, the goal, we know how men operate. Sex is a reward for men. Women shouldn't be opening their legs and just getting with any man. And they shouldn't just be marrying any man, because any man could say that they want to marry you. But what does that actually mean? It really don't mean anything. The woman thinks it means something, but it doesn't. So there are plenty of women who are married and they have the bulk of the load of the child rearing. That's why they call it single married women. You have so many single married women who are carrying the bulk of the load where the male is not doing much of anything. And these women are stressed the hell out, right? Okay. And so what do you do under these circumstances? These are very real circumstances that people have to consider. And what I'm saying is the reason that dynamic looks like that is because of the differences between male and female. So us trying to force humans together, anytime you have to force something, you're going anti-nature. They had laws and things set up to even facilitate this. Now, the more freedom, the more these artificial creations fall. So what I'm saying is work within the confines of nature, build systems and structures around the natural flow of life. Don't build it anti-natural, because it's anti-natural to try to keep people stuck together in a quote unquote marriage and then tell them to tolerate all of the negative emotions that are going on just to tell them to sit there for an idea. That's just anti-natural. So here's the thing.
There we go. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, sorry. Really actually enjoyed the conversation with Princella. I actually think that she has a lot of good points. I think she has a lot of good points. She made a lot of good points. And actually, I'm in alignment with her far more than I'm in disagreement with her. I think what I heard is that, very much like I have seen with other people who don't have the full truth, is that they always go askew. And I think Pastor Tim was perfect for the conversation. Pastor Tim was absolutely perfect for the conversation, because what he ended up doing is actually listening more, empathizing, mirroring, and really getting to the heart of her actual problems. And so when I was listening to her, I actually agreed with a lot of what she said. Then again, I agreed with a lot of what Kevin Samuel said. So the difference is the same way I understood where Andrew Tate was coming from, Kevin Samuel's, Princella, even sometimes Cynthia G. I actually do understand where they're coming from. I actually get their points. The problem is the end goal. And this is why the gospel becomes such an amazing thing, because the end goal is not you or me, it's Jesus. And so this is why Pastor Tim was perfect, because he wasn't trying to debate. He actually turned it off from it was meant to be a debate. And of course, she spoke a lot. But what he ended up doing was sitting there and listening. In fact, he did something that I believe Jesus would have done. He did something that I believe that Jesus would have done. He just sat there, he listened for a majority of the time, fed back in when he needed to. And when he actually fed back in, he got a perfect point. And I'll play the clip for you in a second, where he said, I can see the kingdom in what you're saying. Because where you're going to is actually in alignment with the kingdom. It's in alignment with the gospel. What you're actually asking for, okay, is that you want men to be governed by a male authority. We're governed by Jesus. And if a man is willing to give up his life, submit underneath the rulership of Jesus Christ, and he fully submits his life to Jesus Christ, he should start to turn his mindset in the way he operates, not only with himself, but also with man. And it's funny because that's essentially what she was going after. Now, there was a lot of other nuances that she brought to the table, which if you don't have the mindset that Pastor Tim had, I think you will definitely get lost in the conversation. Because my, oh my, one thing that Princella is going to do is she's going to waffle. Not that she's waffling in a bad way, that she's waffling in falsities alone, but she waffles because she gives it way too extended answers, which means that the person who's sitting with it actually can't follow it. In fact, let me tell you something. I can guarantee, I'm going to tell you this now, I can guarantee that the women that are following Princella cannot reproduce her points. I can guarantee you that the women that are following Princella cannot explain all her points. And I tell you why. Because she talks in soliloquies and monologues. And whenever people talk in soliloquies and monologues, people are going to struggle to hear everything you're saying. They'll take bits and parts. The way she spoke reminded me, there was a situation a couple of years ago on Twitter, Christian Twitter, and there was a section of young youths that had broke out and had a completely different revelation about who Jesus Christ was. And there were several debates upon Christian Twitter, and it went on to Skype. We had a whole bunch of people in UK, and even some Americans having debates about who Jesus Christ was and what he meant. Is it universalism versus, limited atonement, whatever, right? And I remember one of the leaders who was speaking. He would also explain in very long soliloquies and monologues. And the problem with that was only he understood. A majority of people took whatever they could hear, and that would be their point. When they were asked to explain their point, they couldn't explain it. Right? They couldn't explain it. They couldn't explain it. And the reason being is because there are far too many nuances of stuff that are being fed into that idea. And it's because the idea is not streamlined, because the end goal is not what Christ has ordained for it. The end goal cannot be simplified because in reality, the solution you're asking for is multifaceted and will not yield the results that you think it's going to yield, because there are far too many offshoots and far too many dirt roads that have to be traveled. And that's why I loved what Pastor Tim did. Instead of following all the dirt roads, he said, I've got one road, Jesus. So let me look at it from that lens. But I'm going to listen to you. I'm going to hear you. And he perfectly summarized who she was. He said, you remind me of the Samaritan woman talking to Jesus. And when Jesus gave her the revelation at the end, okay, at the end, what happens is the Samaritan woman ends up going back to the people, preaching to them, and then being able to preach to the rest of the people, say, look, I've come and found a man. Okay, all right, and so that's why it becomes very, very difficult. Now, listening to Princella, she had a lot of good points. I wrote a lot of notes on some of the stuff that she spoke about, and I think she made a lot of good, eloquent points that I feel that as men we need to really pay attention to. So let me answer the first question. I know I've spoken for the last 10 minutes. Let me just say this first and foremost. The question that was actually being asked was, do we need the nuclear family? And I think she answered in a very long way of saying it doesn't work, right? In the way that you think it does. And I would question anybody who backs Princella, what was her actual answer? Right? What was her actual answer? If you back Princella, my question is, what was her actual answer? Because I feel like I got lost in the answer of what she was trying to answer, because she was answering several different things. But let's say in the end she said nuclear family doesn't work, because that's what I heard. I actually agree with her. The nuclear family does not work. Right? The nuclear family does not work. And where I align with her is in the nuclear family, in a lot of nuclear families, unfortunately, if we're talking, and a nuclear family basically is this: the mother, the father, the children. That's a nuclear family, right? And I'll tell you why it doesn't work very well. Because the load falls on one person, as she was saying, far too much. And I agree. We never had nuclear families before. What we had was extended families. It's completely different. Because I remember when I was researching BLM and Black Lives Matter and the actual organization, and I remember that organization, they were defining what nuclear families, and I was like, whoa, I never understood it before. And that's part of what she's also talking about. And so I do agree with her in a lot of that aspect, which is a nuclear family isn't great. My finger's leaking, hold on. A nuclear family isn't great because in reality, there's a need for extended families because grandparents were involved, uncles, aunties were involved. It didn't exclude men. Let's make it very clear. Families didn't exclude men. That's where I find it a little bit different with her, okay? I find it very different with her. It didn't exclude men. So extended families does not exclude male influence. What it meant was there were uncles, aunties, grandparents, cousins, nephews, nieces, okay? All right? It took a whole village to raise people, right? And actually it aligns with biblical principles in aspects where it says the older women should teach the younger women, but it's talking in relation to relationship, marriage, teach the younger women. You need both man and woman to teach young girls and boys. There is a need for both to be involved. Right? It's not, the community does not exclude having male influences on both men and women. We need both. And absolutely, I would agree with her again. She spoke about that as men, we need to have consequences, teach about actions and consequences in a sense, or right? Rewards and consequences, right? Which I believe is absolutely paramount and needed. And so in an ideal world, we want the extended family because we want uncles, aunts, because children learn through observations. So we cannot, the moment you exclude men or women from a family, you find that people have a skewed visions of what a family actually entails. And they don't go into the world as they should do, which is with balance. When you have predominantly too many males in there and women are around many men, okay, around many men, you realize that in reality, okay, that there's a as in a king and an energy that they start to adapt to observing, and they start to follow, and they start to behave as. And there are aunties also there too, where when young boys are raised by predominantly women, you find out just how they begin to behave. They reason and think and they feel and they move like women because children observe. So they need both men and women, and they need to witness how men and women actually interact as well, so they know so they know what to expect when they are interacting with the opposite sex too. Right? So this is really important. So what she's describing, I'm not against. That's the psychology and the science. I'm not going to be mad at that. Oh no, I'm in agreement with that. I'm not against that. You know, African families, you know, from an African perspective, they fall into line with extended families. You know, when it comes to African culture, you know, I know it's changing a bit now more than ever as capitalism and, you know, people begin to accrue in their finances and et cetera, individualism. But in African culture, we have what we love, the extended family. You talk about your immediate nuclear, but then you have, you know, then you have your extended family. So when we say extended family, it means for me, when you talk about extended family, it encapsulates it all. That's why I said nuclear doesn't work on basically on its own, but as a whole, yes. Okay, all right. Then it's extended families, aunties, uncles, you know, and in that kind of situation, if you've ever gone to a space where there is extended family, auntie and uncle can discipline you. Auntie and uncle can tell you off. You know, aunties and uncles can say something. The problem that I have with Princella and the way she reasoned the situation in general was, at one point she said, the man is not whole. And I said, is the woman whole? I was like, is the woman whole? I was like, hold on a minute. If the man is not whole and the rib was taken out of man to make women, then the woman is not whole. Right? There was no way you can have a whole woman and not have a whole man. If the man that was created, Adam, a rib got taken out of him, they both fell from the garden. And again, I'm coming from a Christian perspective, so it's going to look that way, right? There's no way a woman is whole on her own, right? Don't do that, okay? Tell us not to deflect to other sex. Huh? I don't get that point. But yeah, no. So when she said about that the man is not whole, I was like, okay, and neither is a woman. Nobody's whole, nobody's perfect, and nobody's without sin. Now the problem we have is with men is that they are destructive due to being unrestrained, because due to them being the strongest, quote unquote, the strongest sex, they're able to take advantage of their environment and able to take advantage of the fact that they are the strongest sex. They take advantage of the privilege and become destructive. And I said this before, if women had the power, they'd be the exact same way. Right? They'd be the exact same way. Because in reality, the problem isn't the fact that I'm a man. The problem is I am human and I have sin in me. That's what makes me perpetually want to do things that are against the nature of man and God. Do you get what I'm saying to you? So when she said that point, I was a little bit like, whoa, where are we going with this particular part? But let me come back onto my original point. Sorry, I kind of digressed a little bit. So the household situation, again, like I said, I definitely believe that extended family is a better way to go. Nuclear is good, but I think the extended family is a much better way of doing things, as I'm reasoning myself, because I see how the load is spread. The load is much more spread, and it's evenly balanced across the family in that sense, right? And so yeah, yes, but the point I was making was, it's not about deflecting. I wasn't deflecting. I was talking about the fact that she made a point about men. And I said, that makes no sense to talk about men being not whole when women are not whole. Nobody's whole. Because I was making a point that she made it sound as if women were perfect and women don't have issues. Women do. And that's why I said that it's going to sound like women are perfect the way she was describing, and they're not. Nobody's perfect. And that goes to the gospel. Neither man nor woman are perfect. And when she quoted a scripture, she missed the context. When it says man is falling short of the glory of God, it's not man, it's man as in man and woman have fallen short, but he describes woman and man as man. So when I said that, even in those situations, we've got to be very careful when we're taking things out of context. That's what I was trying to say, that when you take the scripture and you don't read the context into it, you always distort it. Men have done this before. Women do this. It's not a thing, but obviously predominantly men are usually the ones who err, because usually they're the ones who are the teachers. So predominantly men are the ones that err in that situation. But for instance, when she quoted that man falls short of the glory of God, everybody has fallen short of the glory of God. That's the whole point. Both men and women have fallen short, and neither is free from that perspective. If men left women alone, and left them to be on this world, you'd find how women would also be mean, nasty, catty, dangerous. They would do the exact same thing that men are doing. Maybe not. Who knows? Would it be as destructive? But they would do the exact same thing, because the issue isn't the fact that men are men. The issue is that men and women have an issue: sin. So that's that point right there. Okay. Bellotti said, if someone thinks that they're perfect, is that arrogant or confident? It's arrogant, because nobody's perfect, and the world has taught us that several times. You don't even need Jesus to tell you that. But reality is, none of you are perfect. We all err. We all make mistakes. We all fall short. If anybody can tell me they're perfect, they should be in heaven already. They don't need to be here. They're wasting their time on earth. You know what I mean? So yeah, I totally understand. I was answering the question that she described, so that's what I'm saying. But yes, so in this instance, right? So in this instance, what I would say is that going forward, some of the points that she made, I was hearing it. Some of them I didn't really necessarily hear. I want to go to the clip though. I think I want to go to this part. Okay. All right. Okay, so let me just clear this up quickly. When I say the nuclear family doesn't work, what I mean in the sense of is, it's not that it doesn't work. It does work. What I'm saying is, I don't feel it's the best way to do. Maybe I should have said that better. I don't feel the nuclear family is the best way to go, because it puts a lot of pressure on the immediate family of mom and dad, when in reality, what we have seen in the past was extended family, right? We see this not only in the Bible, but we've seen this in history. We see it from culture. Extended family works better because it takes the load of the immediate parents, and it puts it and it spreads it across family. So that's what I was kind of saying in that answer. It's not that nuclear family doesn't work. It puts a lot more pressure on, and it requires a lot more strength, energy, a lot more focus. It takes far more sensitivity than most people are actually able to do in that instance. And so what happens is, there's a need for growth. Now, here's what I would say that is needed, right? Here's what I would say. I would say this, right? I want to say this as a man, okay? We have to evolve. Okay, that's fine. If it extends from nuclear family, that's fine. Fine, it extends from nuclear family, right? That maybe is a better way to say it then. I would say that that me personally, as a man, I believe men do need to evolve. I personally believe men need to evolve. One thing that Princella was consistently driving home is that men's biology. And as a Christian, we deal with men's biology, but we also deal with the higher self, which is what she was actually saying. Right? which is actually what she was actually saying, that there's a need for higher self. Well, that's what Christianity is promoting. That's what Christianity talks about. Christianity talks about the higher self. You need to come into a higher self, both men and women, because staying at a base level makes both parties lose and have a disadvantage. As a man, the Bible talks about the consequence of men, right? Genesis 3 talks about how that due to the sin that both man and woman committed, the woman will pine after her husband and the man will rule thee. Now, when it comes to rulership, what kind of rulership are we talking about here? Well, we get the actual rulership, or we should say the leadership, we get shown what it looks like with Jesus. And so Jesus shows us essentially what good leadership looks like. She spoke quite correctly about the history, or the recent history, how women have been disenfranchised. And I actually agreed with her. I said, you know what? I definitely agree with you. How women since, was it 1974, the Credit Act, women now suddenly could get credit cards, but before then they couldn't. She's absolutely right. Go further back. They couldn't, they couldn't own any property. It had to be in their husband's name. They were the property of their husband, hence the word husband in some aspects or whatever, right? So in that aspect, we see that, okay, all right, she has a point about the disenfranchisement of women. She speaks about the disenfranchisement of even them in the Bible, and we do see disenfranchisements in the Bible too. We definitely do. We definitely see it. And it's because when man is wicked and his heart is deceitful, he will always twist the knowledge of God in an inappropriate way. Okay? He will always twist and take what God has made to be good to mean evil. Let me give an example. God gives us an example of what a marriage should look like by marrying you. And when he does this, he gives an example of how he deals with Israel, and he gives an example of how he deals with Jesus Christ and the Lamb. Okay, all right, okay. So when God gives an example of how a man is, he speaks about how a man should provide, protect, love first. Because that's what he did for us, right? And so he gives examples of Israel with Hosea. He gives examples of Israel and how when Israel was split into north and south. And he talks about, Jesus Christ and the Lamb and how he's married us. And he gives us examples. And when it gets to Jesus and him describing what marriage is, you listen to him and it says, for God so loved the world that he gave his only son, right? Only begotten son. He gives it as a sacrifice. Then he talks about, that God loved us first. And what it talks about in in Ephesians 5, and it talks about how that Christ gave his life for the church, which is the woman. The reason why Princella's theology will not stand the test of time is because all of us are women. It's gonna be a bit mad, isn't it? Let me go there. The reason why her message will not stand the test of time is because all of us are women. All of us are women to who? God. See, when he describes the church, and I'm talking about the church now from a Christian perspective, I'm giving a Christian background perspective. When Ephesians 5 describes what we are, it describes us as a bride. And when it describes the bride, it describes the bride as it describes the bride as having to be renewed and washed through the word. You know why? Because we run away, we are selfish, we are unaccountable, we do our own thing, we are arrogant, we are ignorant, we are rude, we are disloyal. So why would he want someone like that? Because God encapsulates essentially what love is, right? God encapsulates what love is. And him being the ultimate quote unquote man, if you want to call it that, because that's the way he makes us understand, right? Him being the ultimate man, he says, even in your state of derelictness, even in your state of ugliness, even in your state of darkness, I'm going to love you and I'm going to show you love first. This quintessentially is the principle that a man is supposed to initiate with his wife. We have issues, and I want to agree with part of what she says. Okay? I want to agree with part of what she says. The issue we have with men in this society is that we don't teach them the gospel of how Christ loves the church. This is the issue. The issue we have in our society when it comes to marriage is that we don't teach, and it's not the only thing. I'm gonna deal with the women after. It's not just the men. I'm gonna deal with the women after, but I'm talking about it straight. The issue we have as men when it comes to marriage specifically and our relationships and how we deal with people is because we deal with them from a basis of our imperfectness and our impoverishedness in terms of understanding what true love is. Both men and women do not know what true love is. They don't. See, if you've never encountered, and again, I'm coming from a Christian background, people know what love is, but they don't, in its truest form, from a Christian perspective, neither man nor woman knows what real love is. Now, what the Bible does express is that man should love his wife and woman should submit to her husband. And the reason being is because, just like Princella was saying, the difficulty for men is the fact that when they have to love, it's difficult for them. And it's difficult because of what standard God puts on what love is. That's why it's difficult. And he says the woman should submit to her husband. And the difficulty with that is that when someone's in control, your natural tendency is to want to fight that control. Let's give an example. Let me go back to what I said. Women, everybody on this planet, anybody who's born, anybody that is a human being is a woman to God. When you come into a relationship with God, you are the bride. Now, why am I saying this? Because then when you look at Ephesians 5, God loves us, and our next thing to do is to submit to God. And the question I got to ask you is that how many of you have disobeyed God? Because I'm one of them people. I've disobeyed God. How many of you knew the truth and still did your own thing? How many of you have heard God say something and you still didn't trust it? How many of you have had prayed to God and said, God, do this for me? And then as soon as it doesn't happen, you go behind his back, you're going to do whatever you want to do. How many of us have erred, have cussed God out, have said something to God, have not worshipped him in the right? When you start looking at it like that, as a man, when I started looking at it like that, I started to have more compassion with women because I understood I am a woman. Because I have to understand that if I can't do these things of God, it's how it's so difficult for a woman to do it for a man. And this is what I realized. The difference between God and man is this, that God doesn't take advantage knowing that he's in a position of power. Men who are ruthless and without conscience and who are devoid of emotions, they will always take advantage because there is, and I agree with Princella on this, when a man is not principled, right? And oftentimes religion does that for people, both, whether it's, and again, whatever religion you choose to do, okay? If a man chooses a God to serve, and ultimately I would like you to, not even ultimately, the ultimate God is Jesus Christ. And that is the ultimate pinnacle of what love is. But ultimately, when man follows God, like she was saying, and I agree with her on this point, when man follows God, their authority is beyond them. This is why the Bible says that man should submit to God. The God is the head and the man submits to God. And he's asking for the woman to submit to him. As a man, if I can't submit to God and I'm asking you to submit to me, you're potentially in a dangerous position. Now, of course, again, I'm always very cautious about this because somehow, some way, some people who don't follow God or are not religious still manage to stay married for the entire time. Do you know why? Because they encapsulate principles that God has laid down to how to love and how to be in love and how to operate in a relationship. Okay? All right? Okay? So in reality, all right, men do need to be held accountable by something stronger, larger, and as she quoted it, as an alpha male. Yes, we do. Because unfortunately, there is nothing above us. And it's why I'm saying to you that if women were left alone, if women were on their own, If women had no men in this earth, they would kill each other just like we were doing. You know why? Because women are just like men. You have the same problem, a sin problem. And if you have no authority above you, you do whatever you want to do. See, there are a lot of times that women can't do if they had the strength that men did, us men would be in trouble. Oh, no, by all means, if women had the same strength that we had, we'd be in so much trouble. Number two, if women were not judged, and of course, because the strongest make the rules and the strongest get to make the laws, when it comes to society, right? When it comes to society, the reason why a lot of times I believe that women don't do a lot of things, or women tend to take a more passive aggressive means, is because you can't afford to do a physical intensive means. And when I say that, let me give an example. For instance, right? A woman has sex with multiple men, a man has sex with multiple women. The judgment that women get will stop a lot of women from doing what men do. Right? The judgment, okay, the judgment that women oftentimes get actually stops a lot of actions. As a man, I know personally that a lot of those consequences, social repercussions, do not happen for me. So therefore, a lot of my decision making, I'm not having to think about extra consequences. When I say if you took men, and let me say this. Let me say this. Take man out of the situation, and women will do the exact same thing that men do. They might choose a different way of doing it, but they would do the same thing. See, when you think that you wouldn't do the same thing, it's because I understand you have a different worldview compared to me. For instance, the way I see the world and the way that I show up in the world, the way I interact with the world, there are different consequences for different actions that I do. Because as a man, unfortunately, but fortunately, we make the rules. Now, not necessarily me, the top percenters do, but whatever that means is I benefit from it. Okay? All right? So when men do what they do, okay, all right, we do it without consequence oftentimes. We do it also because we have the privilege, or we're entitled due to us being in a place of leadership unchecked. Well, guess what happens when you have absolute power? It corrupts. What happens to a human being when they have absolute power is they are corruptible, whether you're a man or a woman. And I know that women don't want to believe that. Some of them don't want to believe that. They want to think to themselves that they would be absolutely angelic. They wouldn't do what men did. No, you've never been in that position, so you don't understand it. I said the same thing. I said, listen, it's not that white people are the only people that are bad on this planet. Were white people enslaving people only? Black people enslave people too. Now, white people enslave black folk. That's the F-reach right there. Okay? That's the F-reach right there. But the reality of the situation is we were also enslaving people. We were also killing people. We were also destroying people by the masses. Right? So, if you leave human beings to have absolute power with nobody above them, they will do the exact same thing. Jay said if women were the CEOs, they not fully true, because women make the best CEOs. But you're forgetting you still have to operate in a man's world. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You still have to operate within a scope of a man's world. The sexism and the misogyny and the entitlement of men still plays a role even when you're CEO. Do you get what I'm saying to you? So when men, and I'd say men as in not just men in terms of a manhood. I'm talking about man as human beings. When they are left alone and they are left to have absolute power, they are corruptible. Now, the reality of the situation is this. Men are the ones in the leadership role. Therefore, they are liable and are responsible for change. I'll say it again. Men have been placed in a leadership role, and they are liable and are responsible for change. 100%. Right? 100%. And when And because this is a situation where men are responsible, that means the answer and the solution is on our neck. That's just the reality, right? That's just the reality of the situation. And so where Princella is coming from, actually, I got a lot of her points. I actually agreed with a lot of what she said. You know, as a conversation. Let me now go on to what I want to go on to. The second part of my conversation. Okay. Z says she works in a 90% female work enchantment. Okay. Yeah. Let me go into what I said. Oh, environment. Sorry. I thought that's what you meant. Do you know what? I read it, but I knew what you meant, but I didn't. Yeah, sorry. I knew what you meant. Let me go here. Okay. So I want to do my second part, and I want to talk a little bit about Princella herself, right? And I think the reality of the situation is, this. I get where Princella's coming from, but the way some of her points come out, I believe they lead to negative results. And when I listened to her, I already knew she had gone through some traumatic experiences. Yeah? I already knew, listening to Princella, Queenmaker, I knew that she had negative experiences with men. Because you see, when you have good experiences with men, when you've been reared by a good man, a good father, this is not what solution you come to. See, when people rebel against God, it's because man has oftentimes, when I say, let me change the word, and sorry, let me pause it. When people tell you, I don't believe in God, right? There is usually some level of issue that's happened in their life that leads them not to believe in God, right? Or they've been grew up in a household which doesn't necessarily believe in God. You can call it that, right? But if we trace it back, right? So you normally hear a story when you say to somebody, do you believe in God? And they're like, I don't believe in God. I don't like God. When you listen to it, you know, when you actually listen to it, you will hear something like, okay, boom. You hear boom. You hear someone say, the reason why I don't like God is because if God was there, right? And I was like, yeah, because you feel let down and you feel disappointed and you feel like someone hasn't propped and backed you up. And I understand that. God didn't come through, or he didn't do what you wanted to do. He didn't, answer the prayer you wanted to. There's disappointment, there's hurt there. And it's the same thing I kind of saw with Queenmaker Princella. Look, okay, let me be honest with you. I think Princella is gifted and she's called to do what she's doing. I think she needs, personally, I think she, like Tim was saying, she needs a Christ aspect to just slightly turn it askew. So I think personally, that in reality, I need her to get that Christ effect, because it will change a bit more, even more, that little bit, angle to get you to that 90 degrees as to why you're called to do what you're doing. Educated lame. What? What are you talking about? See, you know what Princella was talking about? People like you. Yeah. What Queenmaker was talking about was people like this guy here, educated lame. Let me tell you this now. You came in the conversation late. You didn't listen. Your ears were closed. You weren't paying attention, right? Now listen, let him land. Let him land. Because, you see, this is the kind of thing she's talking about. Uneducated, not leveled up, not thinking, not using your brain, just reacting. Because if you had actually listened, I actually agreed with her in parts, and a lot of things I disagreed with, and I gave a different overview, right? This is exactly what I'm about. People like you, who I call you just brutes. There's no brain in there. I need you to get it correct. I need you to get it correct. You've been listening for a whole 49 minutes and you've not understood nothing. Apart from that, I would agree with her. That's why I know your brain's not thinking. I need you to think. I need you to think. Educate lame. I need you not to be lame in your educated state. Because it's reductive. Right? It's really reductive. I need you to get into shape. Because I've seen you come in here a few times and you do the exact same thing. Get better. What you're doing is uneducated, it's boring, okay? And it's low level. And if you want to call it low vibrational, call it what you want. But you're annoying me. Because this kind of thinking is reductive. It doesn't help nobody. You don't listen. And if you can't listen, I need you to get a frick out. Because you're wasting everybody's time. You know what I mean? Thank you. Now, let's get back into what we're talking about. All right, cool. Now, sometimes you have to deal with men in that particular way because they're childish. Some of these men are actually childish and they don't want to think. And we admonish them. I'm not about to admonish you. The same thing I do for the ladies, I do for the men. If the women come in crazy and the men, I say something, if the men come in crazy, I'm going to tell you something. Get it together, okay? Get it together. All right, cool. All right. So let's go back onto what we're talking about, okay? So the part that I think is really powerful and really a great conversation that she broke down about her background, and I felt like it was needed, and I'll tell you why it's needed. Because when I started listening to her, I said she got the same problem that men have got. When you're dismissive of your emotions, which she is, when you're dismissive of your emotions and you distance yourself, that's what men do. Not all men. Sorry, by the way, not all men. I should say that again. Let me correct it because that's a wrong correction. A lot of men in society show up in a dismissive format. What I'm talking about is attachment style. A lot of men show up in the world as a dismissive attachment style due to the way they've been raised. And when I listened to Princella, Queenmaker, I listened to her and I said, whoa, she's doing the exact same thing those males that she's complaining about do. She separated herself from her emotions. There's a situation where Pastor Tim, and I'm going to show it to you guys, is listening to Queenmaker and he starts to break down and cry. Okay? All right? He starts to break down and cry. And when he starts crying, at the end, he asks her, do you think I'm insincere? And she says, I wasn't really paying attention to your emotion. And the reality was, she was paying attention because she saw it. She literally looked in his eyes and saw it, right? She literally looked in his eyes and saw it. And I was like, whoa, how you see it and not? And I said, no, because you're dismissive. And when you listen to the way she describes what she's been through, Pastor Tim apologized and said, listen, I'm sorry that you went through what you went through. No one has to go through that. She reasoned, rationalized, and intellectualized her actual events of trauma that she went through. And I said, yeah, that's what dismissive people do. When you ask dismissive people what happened in your past, they will say to you, yeah, my dad left me and, mom abandoned me, my dad abandoned me. But it is what it is. And that's exactly what she said. She said the exact same line. She said, it is what it is. How do you go through what you've gone through with men and say it is what it is? And I said, no, it's not it is what it is. You have to acknowledge the emotions. See, as I started researching about attachment styles and going deeper, especially into my own one, dismissive avoidant, and by the way, I know a little bit, I'm learning more about fearful avoidant too. So if you're out there, fearful avoidant, I'm trying to learn more so I can bring more to you guys as well in coming days and weeks. And, but as a dismissive person, what you tend to do is separate, okay? All right? What you tend to do is separate the emotions from the situation. And I was like, wait, hold on a minute. What's going on here? Why are you separating your emotions from the situation? You've gone through some stuff here. You say it is what it is. If you've ever spoke to somebody anybody here, you can put it in a chat, right? Have you ever spoke to somebody and they tell you something deep and they go, yeah, it is what it is, it is what it is. Yeah, it's not that deep. Or you hear someone say, oh, it's not that deep. Yeah. What they're saying to you is they have not gone through the emotional aspect of that situation. And what they've done is distance their emotion from the situation to survive. It's a technique, right? You distance the emotion from the event so that you don't become overwhelmed. Yes, I think brother said it there. Super Soul Star said it, right? So when she's telling her story about the situation, I was like, do you know why? I said she doesn't realize this is what happens. And I'm not saying that men go through what she's gone through, but the way that men oftentimes too become so wicked, so distant, so unempathetic, oftentimes because they actually separate their events from the emotions. So I was like, yo, that tells me everything I need to know. So let's go over what she went through. Let's go. Hopefully I get the right part. I want to get this part because I think it's a really, really great part to discuss. Let's see this.
Bad experience. This is the first experience of me having a direct insight on the male. So
when you say this is the first experience with direct insight on the male, I'm assuming that means you didn't have a father figure to give you some of that insight prior to being 16.
Yeah, my father was there. Yeah, he had just got out of the military, so he was there. He already knew. People in the community knew this guy, right? So
pause. Let's stop there. The reason I'm going to say stop there. She said, listen to what she actually said. If you actually listen very, very carefully, I think I have to even go back a little bit more. He talked about, my father was there, but he was in the military. People knew who he was. But when you listen to the way she speaks about her father, you don't hear the endearment. You know why? Because he wasn't there. Right? He might have been there in terms of her father being working, military, and she remember she went into the military too, right? She went into the military too, so she's learned something. So I'm not going to dispute her experience. But she's not able to reason that. And in fact, let me not even say she's not able to reason. I feel like if she begins to attach what happened to her in the past to what's happening now, she would have to change her rhetoric. Just like when we challenge people like Kevin Samuels and Andrew Tate, when we start really talking about the dynamics of what they talk about and break down their past, they can't talk about what they're talking about. Because in the end, what happens is you start to actually have to deal with what you faced. And the reality is her father was not present. But let's play a bit more so you can break it down.
I mean, but you said this guy was the first time you got from another male that's not your father.
Well, if you want to talk about my father, my father was an alcoholic, and he actually broke my mother's nose with a telephone receiver.
I got you. Okay. So your experiences.
Pause it right there again. I got to pause it again right there because it's beautiful. Listen to what she's saying. My father was an alcoholic and an abuser. Right? My father was an alcoholic and an abuser. Right? So in this situation, what you get now is that she's coming from an abused home. Okay? And when you come from an abused home, okay, what tends to happen is that child has to be able to learn how to cope and survive in a household where anything can happen next. Typically, people who grow up in these households have a fearful avoidant attachment style. And they actually learn how to detach and also sabotage relationships because they're always afraid. They are both anxious and avoidant at the same time. Someone asked me the question about whether you can be both anxious and avoidant. Yes, you can. It's called fearful avoidant. When you're fearful avoidant, okay, in a household and, you grow up as a child in that aspect, you have to really deep that child is trying to survive. That child is trying to make sense of what's happening. They see violence and they see drunkenness from their father, who's meant to protect them and is also stronger than the mother and themselves. All they can have is fear. And what they learn how to do is to survive, whether it's to appease, whether it's to go along with what's being said, whether it's to do with, whether it's, you find a way of trying to make sense of what's happening to just get by. Right? Alcoholic dad. I wonder how her mum was dealing with the dad. Because she would have learned, and see, if she really wants to deal with herself and deal with what she's teaching, she has to deal with herself. This is why I said that Kevin Samuels is dangerous. Likes of Cynthia G get dangerous. And here, Princella is cool, but there's some danger for women. Not men, women. Because it can take you down a path where you don't need to go down, right? Where you start looking at men in a completely mad way. And I'm not saying you shouldn't look at men in a mad way. Listen, men are crazy. I can't lie to you. I've seen it myself. Men are crazy, okay? So I'm not going to dispute that. But literally, literally in a situation, if she really dealt with herself, and I mean really looked at herself, you'll realize how the past is affecting your present right now. Yeah?
With negative experiences with men started very early.
Very early. All right.
Okay.
All right. So, but what we're not going to do is try to make it seem like that's
No. I don't want to do that.
You see what happened there? See, instantly, what she didn't want to do is she said, and I'm pausing it because we need to have a conversation. I want to pause it. But instantly, she said straight away, because she knew where it was going to go, right? She's like, what we're not going to do is try to reason out the fact that I've had a past as to why I'm teaching what I'm teaching. But the reality is, sis is also a part of why you're teaching what you're teaching. Okay? It's also part of why you're teaching what you're teaching, because you have no good experiences of a man. How would you be able to talk about anything good about man if you've never experienced a good man? How would you be, look, you see, red pill are the exact same way, because when they consistently confirmational bias their experiences with women and compound their bad experiences with women, they don't take no accountability when they get older and then they date bad women because they haven't actually done the work. You often start from a childhood perspective, right? You often talk from a childhood perspective. And talking from that childhood perspective, when you go forward into relationships, how would you know how to relate to relationships? Now, when you listen to a story, okay, when you listen to her story, listen very clearly to her story, okay? When you listen to her story, she talks about how she was taken advantage of by men. Men robbed her financially, and they robbed her of her sovereignty, which, again, I apologize. To anybody who's going through sexual violence, I apologize. That is something that is heinous, disgusting. Okay? Now, what I needed those two men to do, Ryan and is it Tay? They unfortunately missed an opportunity here. And I understand why, because they were actually having a debate. But the debate, unfortunately, because Pastor Tim wasn't engaged in that debate, it was not a debate, it was a conversation. Where they would have benefited from in this situation would have been more in terms of trying to understand more about her, because that's where they were going to win. They weren't going to win trying to debate her because she's already come with her mindset. And so, when it comes to the situation, when she starts describing her background, and I've said this before, and I've said this to somebody very close to me too. I said, it's funny, the predators I call evil men, the predators that I call men that are evil, men that actually target women, these men that are abusers that target women, they know exactly what they're doing, number one. And number two, why is it they tend to see, especially those who are older, not when you're older, why is it they tend to look for people that have gone through abusive situations? And I said, because there's an energy that someone, when they've been abused, oftentimes that they carry, that the abuser is looking for. This is why her personal perspective is very important. It is very important. This is why the 50-50 conversation with Yada Talks, I said his background is very important. Because really and truly, he's a bullcrapper.
I just think that's context.
I want to give context, but I need to get through more of them, right? So that you can see the consistent thing. Because here's the thing: if I put 100 marbles up here or M&Ms up here, and I made 98 of them blue, and I made 2 of them yellow, and then I mixed them up, what's the likelihood that you're gonna pull out a yellow one? Let's say the yellow ones are the good ones.
2%.
Right, 2%.
Well, no. That depends on what tool you using, right, and how you and what the strategy is for you to go about grabbing.
I literally just said, I say shook it up in the bag, and you just because
if you randomly draw, that's all I'm saying. If you're using your eyes, it could be different.
She put it in the bag.
Let's get to the point now.
But
Okay.
you sift.
Okay,
Hold
on, because y'all asked me a question. Okay, because I don't really talk about my personal experiences unless somebody asks me.
I'm not, and just so you understand, I'm not using your personal experiences to say what you're saying is not justified, because a lot of what people been through allows them to go into deep research and to study and actually become credible in certain spaces. So I'm not saying that's discrediting you, but I think that's just important for the audience just to get context from the message in general. You have a story,
right? And what I'm saying is I want to tell the story, so just let me tell it. All right, so that's 1 and 2, right? Okay. So let's during the CD period.
What about the intimate relationships?
Oh my God, can
yeah, like, that was annoying.
No.
Nah, at this point, it was annoying. Why she was talking and then literally jumped in. That's not how it should be conducted. She'll let her just ask the question and then boom, let her go on. But he kind of interrupted her, so the thought process wasn't even concluded. And if you wanted her to let her get out her story, and let me tell you something, she was actually really willing to open herself, to open up herself, to be vulnerable. She was literally willing to actually, was actually really important, really ready to tell her story. And when she told her story, that would have been a key. That's why Pastor Tim was perfect, because he waited, and he could have eased. And when he waited for the story to finish before he could say, and it would have got more information. And then we could have been like, let's come from a compassionate point of view. Let's understand where you're coming from. Like, actually, you know what? I can see how we got to this point, but instead, nah.
No, I promise you, you've had about 75% of the talk time. Princella, we letting you talk.
I know,
I promise you, we letting you talk.
I know, but y'all asking me questions that y'all ain't letting me answer. So he specifically.
I just want you to give us like the Cliff Note version on like not the. I'm not trying to shorten you,
because y'all looking for a specific answer. When I give you the answer, then it's like, okay, so y'all not asking specific questions. But here's the thing: I'm getting specific with you, because I could tell you about the time a guy pulled a gun on me. All right, I mean, I can tell you about the time that a guy nearly flipped me over being drunk. Okay, I can tell you about the guy who took $40,000 from me, right, running a Nation of Islam hustle on me. I mean, if you want me to get there, let me talk and I'll get you there.
There you go.
Right?
No, go ahead.
But just let me talk, all right? Because there is a reason why women experience what they experience with men, and it's the false belief about who men are that have women selecting men. You got women selecting men based on his job. You have women selecting men based on his religious beliefs. These are all faulty selective models. They're all faulty, right?
I would agree if only using those specific criteria, one, or using just only those two, yeah, it's faulty.
But
you should consider a lot more when you decide to be with
which is the reason why I have what I call the 41 shades of men. All right. I learned those 41 shades by being around men, right? I worked in male-dominated industries. I spent 8 years in the military, mostly around men, because I was a tomboy. Let me tell you something. Men let me in to their mind, okay? So the men that I worked with, oh man, they were all married. I'm one of the only women that they talk to like I'm one of them. So I'm in a circle where it's like 8 men and I'm the only woman in there. My manager is basically talking to all of us, yeah, man, when my wife leave the house, I'm fucking her niece, right? And that pussy good. This is how men talk to me. So
those low level men.
It sounds like very low level. I wouldn't let him.
Can't lie to you, as men, we have spoken like this. I can't lie to you. Look, as men, we do have these kind of conversations in the let's not lie about that, right? As men, we do. When we don't evolve, we don't have these kind of conversations, right? Now, let me be very honest with you. Let me be very real with you. I worked in an office, okay? And working in an office, I worked with both men and women. Let me tell you the honest truth. Do you know that both men and women were cheaters? We had both married people, men and women, be cheaters. See, just because women don't talk in the same way that men do, they don't do the locker room talk in the same way, because we don't operate in the same way. So I don't expect women to talk in the same way. But if you ever worked in an office, you know both men and women cheat. Married people, managers, married, both men and women cheat. Both of them. It actually shook me to my core seeing it in front of my eyes. I said, my God, nobody's safe. Right? Now, that kind of conversation she's privy to, the difficulty behind it is that I agree that there's a lot of men locker room talk, which can lead to very problematic behaviors. This is the difference, right? So I want to make that very clear. And I want to make it very clear again, due to men having been at the top of the food chain in terms of them being the stronger sex and the laws that they have and the social laws that they have, that the consequences of their action oftentimes do not have the same consequences in the same, right? That when they talk about certain situations, and because of our strength, there is a big issue with the way that when we are given unrestrained control, what happens? Okay, there's unrestrained behavior from men because they're the top, and so there's a difference in the way that they behave. And if you leave them unguided and without any authority above them, they will do wild things. I agree. But yeah, so what she's talking about, I do understand what she's saying, you know.
Man, talk to me around that.
Let me put it like this. The book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, Dale Carnegie. Dale Carnegie says in chapter 1 on page 4, chapter 1, that most men believe that they're good, right? Let even the hardest criminal tell it that none of them are bad men. So when men try to speak and say, oh, that's just that male, they basically try to isolate women and make it seem like you only know bad men. It's like no male knows another bad male. But guess what? Men, ancient philosophers, top level men, they all say the same thing about men. So for Dale Carnegie and Sigmund Freud to have in a book that is dedicated to men to say that this is the psychology of males, that no male knows a bad man, that they never consider themselves as bad men, women do not need to be listening to men talking about good men or anything. Seneca also said, stop wasting time talking about what a good man should be and just be one, right? So the fact.
So she's absolutely right. Listen, you've never met a man who believes they're right, but guess what? I've never met a woman who believes they're a bad woman either. Whenever you ever met a woman who said, I'm a bad woman, human beings do not believe they're bad. That's the whole point. That's the reason why when people try to reason God and people say, well, I didn't kill anybody, I didn't do this, I didn't do that. They reason it because they base it upon their morality on whatever scale they put it on. Nobody says they're good. No man, no woman ever says they're a bad person. Who's heard a woman say I'm a bad person? No one's ever said that. No one's ever come out and be like, guys, I'm a bad person. Do you know why? Because it's innate as a human being, as a psychologist, I can't remember what it's called, but there are two things that people want to be: right, and they want to be a good. Nobody comes out and says to you, oh, I'm a bad person. You know what I'm saying to you? No one ever says that. Now, of course, people that are actually doing bad things, they will tell you they're good. You know why? Because nobody can live in themselves if they actually started to really reason with what they were doing. No one really reasons with themselves if they believe they're bad people, right? No one does that. So unless you're reasoning, unless you know what I mean? Like saying you're a bad person is different from I do bad things, right? Saying you're a bad person is different from I'm doing bad things. So rarely people ever, right? Rarely people ever say they're a bad person, right? But they do bad things, right? But I understand what her point is, though. There are lots of men doing very bad things who would believe they're morally good. And so I actually agree with that. That there are many people who do very bad things who believe that they're morally good.
fact of the matter is, women speaking about their experiences with men is pointless and baseless, because the man is always going to go into ego mode to protect his own ego, which this is the reason why I don't even have these discussions. But I will let you know that the experiences that I have had with men have gone from damn near dangerous and life-threatening, because yes, I've had men to put their hands on me, right? I have had men pull guns on me. I have had men tell me the wicked stuff that they're doing that I work with, right? And these are of all different types of races. I had one guy let me know, hey, Princella, man, I just got finished fucking the receptionist, and they had to go clean the sperm out the car, brand new car. This is what men, this is what males are doing. Married. I have studied the down low male, and these men are married. There was this one guy by the name of.
Now, can I just say this? Let me just say this. She says about men who are married, you know, talking about how he wants to clean up the sperm from the car. Who do you think some of us are cheating with? In my past, who do you think I was cheating with? Huh? You think I didn't cheat with people who had boyfriends? Huh? You think I didn't cheat with women that had boyfriends? And then they reason it by saying, you know, I was at the end of my relationship. That's why I did what I did. Please don't tell me about what men do when I'm telling you, as a man, I've dealt with women, and the same thing I can say the same thing about women, reasoning out and rationalizing why they cheat. Right? Now, again, the difference is that men will often be very direct because the consequences of their actions are not the same. Oftentimes, society doesn't judge men in the same way that women do. You know what I'm saying to you? So when people are talking about their cheating and I'm just telling you the honest truth. Who do you think people are cheating with? Who do you think people are cheating with? You know what I mean? But actually, right. Men will directly say those things. And again, I'll say it again, the reason why is because oftentimes the social consequences are different. If a woman comes out and says, yeah, I cheated, I slept with 2 men, the immediate thing that happens is men come out and devalue. Right? So that's why I said that we don't operate in the same space. Because what happens is when a man often, and again, not always, but in a lot of circles where we haven't evolved, when a man comes out and says, well, I cheated with bare different people, what will happen is the men will be like, well, bro, I hear you, man. I hear you, bro. You're doing your thing. Woman comes out, and when women hear it, when men hear it, they were like, what? Yo, you're nasty, you're jazzy, you're this, you're that, da-da-da. And the person starts to feel bad. Men don't often get that same rhetoric because, again, women don't often hold the cards in society. Men do, right? They're the lawmakers, everything like that. If other men came out and said, this is bad behavior, then you actually see a change of behavior. But you don't see that with men. They oftentimes get gratitude rather than actually, no, that's bad behavior. I'm telling you the truth because I'm one of those people. So I'm just going to be real with you. I'm not going to deny it and lie, act like I'm not. But, you know, I was on the Bibles, you know.
Emmanuel, when he created this online journal, he ran this online journal for 10 years. And basically, he started it as a man on the down low. And he wrote entries for years about all the men who were married that he was screwing up and down the East Coast. They were politicians. They were military men. They were sports all these
Princella, listen. No. We don't need to go through a list of all the bad, shady characters from your past or that exist in the world. We have a platform of 200,000 people, for most of them women. So yes, we've heard those stories. And just like we've heard stories from the opposite from women, but we're not going to have this fear-based messaging to.
It's just reality-based messaging.
It's fear-based because reality, good men exist. The reality, bad men exist, and the vice versa for women.
Y'all want women to see all of y'all as good and take
no.
risks.
We want people. Yes, we do want to encourage people to take risks because a long-term relationship is a huge risk. But we don't want people to think that everybody's the same and that this situation is always going to happen to you. We want to have people to be forewarned that both men and women are capable of injustice or evils or whatever you want to call it. But I'm not going to sit here and just listen to a bunch of things that men have done wrong and think that's the best way that you want to communicate to men and women.
No, I don't think women should be trying to help men be better men. Men are responsible for being better themselves. So here's the thing. Men can believe and do whatever they want. And I'm telling women that they don't have to participate in that because who I care more about because life is more important. And the nurturer and the sustainer of life is women. And women are the ones who have the children. They're the ones who need to make the better decisions. So I really don't care what men really think about the message, because they want access to women and they want women to take these big risks on them. I think women need to have their self-interest and think about the risk that she's taking, because she is taking the bigger risk. The male is not the one taking the bigger risk.
I'm curious about this too, because I think it was a major life decision to make, because I get your concerns, especially personally. It's just in your life when it comes to bringing men into your life. So you pulled out altogether. Now, making the major decision to date women, have you found that to be a much more successful model as far as to be able to have peace and like free of issues and so on and so forth, going in that direction?
Before you answer that,
yeah.
First of all, just thank you for the gift of your vulnerability, because you could have kept it at the statistics and you didn't have to bring your own personal situations into it and the experience that you had. But as I sit across from you, I am very heartbroken.
I don't think, yeah, I appreciate it.
I'm heartbroken. From your father to your mentor to whoever put the gun on you. I just kind of need a minute, because you didn't deserve that. And that wasn't supposed to happen to you. And I know you've probably moved on and maybe you've integrated it and done some therapy, but as a 180-degree man sitting across from you, it makes me very angry. And it breaks my heart that you had to experience that. And I am pissed. I make no apologies for my tears or none of that. Everybody that's a dweller understands how I get down. I'm an empath and I'm a feeler. And whether your life experiences inform your message or not, and for what it's worth, and it's probably not worth anything. I just hate that happened to you.
Well, I appreciate it. It is what it is. It definitely taught me a lot of stuff, and I believe in purpose. I believe in purpose, and I don't believe anything is by accident. And those.
Now, as you heard, she said, listen, I appreciate that. She saw the tears. So when I play the end clip and she talks about how she didn't see it, hey ho. But I'll be honest with you. Let me be very honest with you, okay? I'm a hypocrite. I'll tell you why I'm a hypocrite. When I saw Pastor Tim crying, I said, please. I said, I need you to, I said, get over it. All right? I'm going to be honest with you. My hypocritical self, right? I saw him crying. I said, why are you crying? She didn't even finish her story. She didn't even get deep. She didn't even get to even tell her story in length. She barely got anywhere. She started telling about her dad, this and that was it, right? So, my immediate thing was like, I was like, be please. And then I had to stop and say, there's a reason why I felt that way. There's a reason why I felt that way, right? And the reason why I felt that way is because as a dismissive person, when I start seeing tears in certain situations that I don't feel are called for, I immediately think, what's a scam? Yeah? I think immediately, what's a scam? So that was my first kind of thought. And then I had to sit with myself and say, actually, I'm seeing him through my dismissive lenses right now. And I said to myself, how can I even judge him? And this is where the hypocrisy comes in. How can I even judge him when you see me on my own podcast, when women are telling their story or men are telling their story, and you see me break down before? You see me cry with Simone. You see me cry with, who was the other person I was in tears with? It was a gentleman, I can't remember what his name was. You saw me cry with Sean the other day. You saw me cry. Like with Sean, you saw me, you know what I mean, right? So why was I being so insensitive to his tears? And it's because, again, my dismissive attachment style made me immediately And also because I judged him based upon, wait, what story did she tell? Because she didn't even get deep. She said she barely got deep into the story, right? She barely got into the story. So I think that's why my natural instinct was to reject what he did, because I was like, where did she didn't even get to tell her story. She literally said, you know, she'd been this and that, and that was literally it. And then they didn't get to finish the story. So I was like, but again, you know, again, that was me judging, you know, that was me judging his situation, that situation as well, right? You know, so I've cried both for men and women. If you've watched me long enough in my interviews, when it gets deep, I get emotional. You know what I mean? You know, so I definitely understand.
Those experiences by trying over and over and over again. It doesn't even matter the caliber, man. It doesn't matter the age. Don't matter the race. It doesn't matter. It ain't me. The only thing that must be wrong is what I believe about men, because clearly my belief system is wrong. See, that ain't me. There is something else going on here. Men think, men know, right? So at the end of the day, out of all of my belief system, and I incorporated biology, psychology, and philosophy, and I stopped looking at the world idealistically.
Beautiful. I wanted to tell
them what they say they want. Officer, so I learned leadership, right? Thank you, no problem. I've lived on the streets. I've been through a lot of hard things where I have the willpower to create and do whatever it is that I want to do. I got laid off from my job this year, January 3rd, and I didn't plan on leaving until May. I was only making $1,000 a week driving trucks. I left that job, finished my book. I have made over $350,000 this year from the time that I got laid off up until now. Never could I have done that with any of those males impeding. The last guy that I dated, he was 7 figures. He tried to sabotage my progression. He tried to sabotage it. Didn't want me to maneuver. So he wanted to control how much money I made, because I worked for him at the time. He wanted to control how much money I made, and he wanted to sabotage my paycheck just so he could have control over me, have me helping him with his business without paying me and all kind of stuff. This was the type of BS that he was trying to pull. So I left him, went to another company. After I worked there for about 6 months or whatever, they was like, okay, well, we don't have enough work. Trucking industry is down right now. So from then on, I'm like, I'm not going back to nobody's job, and I'm not helping nobody build shit. I'm going to do it myself, right? Because that's what the creator want me to do. I can do this myself. And
so this point here, I think it's really important, right? I think it's really, really important. You know, I think it's really important. The reason why I think this is important is because she talks about what I believe God called her to. And I definitely believe there are women who are called to greatness and awesomeness to build stuff, right? I definitely believe that. There are, like, when we even see it biblically, you see there are certain women that do extraordinary things because they're called to be mad, to be extra, to be champions, right? And I said that, you know, oh, okay, she's called to do extraordinary things, and these men could see that she had come from extraordinary means and had extraordinary skills, and rather than partnering or helping her, they got jealous, they got envious. They used their positions of power to suck away her growth in that aspect, rather than helping her grow. But there were women who are called to great things. You got what I'm saying to you? There are women out there that have brilliant minds that need to be nurtured, right? There are women like that need to be nurtured. Yes, I did speak about it the other day. Exactly, I spoke about it the other day. Humbling women, right? There are women that are to be nurtured, and because there are very nasty, evil men out there, human beings, they saw an opportunity and took advantage of this situation.
And I have went so much further in life than I have ever been working with any male, right? And so when men say, oh, we don't want a woman that's educated, we don't care about your education, we don't care about your money, you ain't got to care, because I care. And I don't center my life around men. And if women stopped caring what men had to say about their appearance, their finances, their education, and they focused on themselves to build themselves up to a level and stop waiting on somebody to take control of your life, not only would women go so much further, they would find the divine purpose that was meant for them to add value back into the planet. If the male get it together, he get it together. If he don't get it together, oh well, that's not the woman's responsibility. That's his responsibility.
So let me give you what it looks like on, and I appreciate you sharing all that. Let me give you what it looks like in what has.
I want to
whatever you can come up with, I can finance.
Men should be controlled because they're very.
I'm trying to think where her story was, because she told her story, and I can't remember exactly the timestamp. If someone remembers the timestamp, she told her actual story.
I've been running it for about an hour, 58 minutes, close to 2,300 votes, and it looks like 68% of people say no, but on the opposite end, 32% of people say yes.
Back.
So
I missed it.
Appreciate it, Ryan. So the thing about it is,
I apologize.
That he wanted to run for the area that we was in. All right. So we always butt heads. Now,
in that community at the deepest, they're not the ones that stop by and keep going. I'm talking about the ones that get stuck in there. When you look at the condition of their lives and the experiences that they've had with women, I understand why they got stuck in that community. And when I'm hearing a lot of the ladies that really might get caught in your community based off the messaging and stay there, live there, not keep it moving, I can imagine these are ladies that have had absolutely horrific experiences with men.
So let me
no, and I want to figure this out, because I think all of this matters. Princella, have you ever had a good experience with a man over the entire span of your life today? I'm just curious to know personally. I know facts and figures. Have you ever had that exist personally?
No, I'm 37 years old, and no. Do you want me to give you a rundown? I mean,
yes.
Well, I think that's the first and foremost place we got to start. Okay, all right. First and foremost, we got to start there. Which is no experiences that are good with a man. You're definitely going to think, you're definitely going to have an askewed opinion of men. That's fair. I can understand that. I can reason with that, because you've gone through a lot of stuff that doesn't compute in terms of when men say they're good, and yet all you've ever seen is bad men. I definitely understand that. That makes sense.
Okay.
Yes, please. Yeah, just generally about your experience with men.
Yeah, because I don't like to talk about my personal experience. You know why? Because I don't like for it to be subjective. I like to stay on objective.
Your experience is facts.
No. But typically when people talk about the conversation that I'm having, they like to paint it as if it's because of your experience. Let me tell you.
Wait. Now, life experience does impact how you perceive things.
But see, that's what I'm saying. People want to say that it's tainted. But let me tell you something about experience. Every single thing in this world has been perfected based on experience. The best winners have taken the most L's. You don't win without taking no L's. And how you win is going back to review the tapes. Right?
I like the spirit of optimism now that you have.
I always have.
I like that.
No, I always have optimism. But here's the thing: for every effect, there is a cause, right?
Yes.
All right. So I come from a scientific point of view, and once I get to a point where it's continue to do the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result, then then something has to change. Okay. So I date women now, but this month,
only women. You only date women.
I only date women now. This month made 1 full year that I've dated women. Okay. Prior to this, I've been with men my entire life. Okay. Now, my experiences with men have been me working with men, me being friends with men, and me dating men. After 20 years of experience, I have come to a conclusion about a variety of men. Because I've been a tomboy my whole life, I have access to men in a way that the average woman who's girly girl and whose friends are mostly female, I have more knowledge than she does, right? So let's just start with first my mentor being a male when I was 16 years old. My mentor was a political activist, right? So he introduced me to the conscious community, right? So he put me on to the 5 Percenters, Nation of Islam, Malachi York. I read a lot of this stuff, and I read Message to the Black Man or whatever. All right. For him, it was dealing with me to help me in the music industry. At least that's what I thought. But the entire objective for him was basically to use me as a tool to help, or whatever political campaigns that he wanted to run for the area that we was in, right? So we always butt heads. Now he taught me some key things that I took with me to right now, right? And I learned through the experience with him what narcissistic personality disorder really looked like, right? And so to make a long story short, we had a album that we put, because I rap or whatever, and I produced the album, and he got upset with me for something very menial, right? I had a seatbelt ticket. I mean, I didn't know anything coming out, from where I was. So I got a seatbelt ticket, and it turned into a bench warrant. And he got upset because I let the ticket turn into a bench warrant. So basically he was like, "You too immature. I don't want nothing to do with the company," or whatever. We ain't made no money up until this point. But anytime we did a company, he always wanted to be the CFO. He wanted to be in control of the money, right? So what happened with this, he basically said, "I don't want nothing to do with the company. You can have it." And I'm gone. Well, somehow Manny Fresh from Cash Money got a chance to hear the album and gave some feedback on the album. It gets back to him that, Manny Fresh was like, "Oh, y'all got solid platinum, hits or whatever." So he come back to me and is like, "Yeah, Manny Fresh, I got Manny Fresh on deck. Now what the fuck you want to do? If you want to get me out the company, you're gonna have to pay me millions." And I'm like, "What? We ain't made no money." Now I'm 19, 20 years old at this time. Now keep in mind, I just came out of Christianity, okay? Because I denounced Christianity on my own because I was raised Baptist or whatever. So anyway, this happens. Did
y'all have an intimate relationship?
No, he was really.
You notice as well, she also denounced Christianity from a young age as well. She denounced Christianity from a very young age as well, which is important too. So that's also another point to consider as well going forward.
Just a mentor to me.
Okay.
So it wasn't nothing sexual there at all. But anyway, so this happens, and I'm just like, well, forget it. Then I threw all of those CDs away because I'm the type of person, I'm just gonna disconnect. I'm not even finna go through all of that. So anyway, we separated like that. But the whole thing was to try to control me, my mind, for whatever he wanted. And it was like, okay, so you ain't nothing but a little meal piece, a little chess piece that I'm moving around.
And was he your first bad experience with a man?
I won't even say bad experience. This is the first experience of me having a direct insight on the male. So
when you say this is the first experience with direct insight on the male.
So it wasn't a bad experience, but he was a whole narcissist. Come on, sis. Come on, sis. Come on. It wasn't a bad experience, but it was a whole narcissist. This is what I mean by when she takes the emotion out of the event. Because what she will tell you is it was great observation, because she cannot identify the emotion in the situation. I can guarantee you she does the exact same thing in relationships. So I don't know how great she's going to be in that lesbian situation, because if you remove emotion from every event, you're going to do the same thing in your relationship. You're going to do the exact same thing in your relationship. You literally just sat there and told us, this guy's a whole narcissist. He's a whole narcissist. Like, it wasn't a bad event. No, baby, it was, because he's a whole narcissist. Right? He's a whole narcissist. So it's a bad event for sure. There's nothing good about it. But of course, what she's going to do is she's going to take a more quote unquote scientific approach. It's something that I do as well. We rationalize and intellectualize the situation. So we will take the lessons from it, which is a great quality to have. It's a great quality to have, but in reality, the situation also is that you are removing your emotion from the situation, right? You are removing the emotion from your situation, in that regard.
Male, I'm assuming that means you didn't have a father figure to give you some of that insight prior to being 16.
My father was there. Yeah, he had just got out of the military, so he was there. He already knew. People in the community knew this guy, right?
So but you said this guy was the first time you got from another male that's not your father.
Well, if you want to talk about my father, my father was an alcoholic, and he actually broke my mother's nose with a telephone receiver.
I got you. Okay. So your experiences with negative experiences with men started very early.
Very early. All right. Okay. All right. So, but what we're not gonna do is try to make it seem like that's
no. I don't want to do that. I just think that's context.
Yeah, no, I want to give context, but I need to get through more of them, right? So that you can see the consistent thing, because here's the thing. If I put stick it up in the bag, and just because
if you randomly draw, that's all I'm saying. If you're using your eyes, it could be different.
I promise you've had about 75% of the talk time. Princella, we letting you talk.
I know,
I promise we letting you talk.
I know, but y'all asking me questions that y'all ain't letting me answer. So he specifically.
I just want you to give us.
then it's like, okay, so y'all not asking specific questions, but here's the thing. I'm getting specific with you because I could tell you about the time a guy pulled a gun on me. All right. I mean, I can tell you about the time that a guy nearly flipped me over being drunk. Okay. I can tell you about the guy who took $40,000 from me, right? Running a Nation of Islam hustle on me. I mean, if you want me to get there, let me talk and I'll get you there.
There you go.
Right?
No, go ahead.
But just let me talk. All right. Because there is a reason why women experience what they experience with men. And it's the false belief about who men are that have women selecting men. You got women.
You know what's so funny? Her and Red Pill are quite similar. Let me tell you why her and Red Pill are very similar. Okay. She is very similar to Red Pill because she's using the exact same concept. What I mean by that? I want to remove the lenses from your eyes. I want the delusion to leave you, men. I want you to know the realism of what women really are. And all in reality is fear-based. The same thing that Red Pill tell their audience. Red Pill say, the Red Pill, when you take it, it removes the delusion from your eyes. You know, you need to know the realism about what women really are and how they really work and how they really operate and how they really behave. You need to know the truth about what women are. That's Red Pill. Right? And they have some truth. They have some truth. Don't get it twisted. They have some truth. But it's not all true. It leads to negativity. Because in the end, what happens is, they clown people that are quote unquote blue pill, people who believe in marriage and who believe in love and believe in relationships. They clown, men, that want to, partner with women. They call them simps when men want to love their women and stuff like that, right? They're always trying to show that women are 304s and hoes and, et cetera, et cetera. So there is no difference between her message and their message because in reality, what they're trying to do is often from a fear perspective. I'm just trying to help you guys. I just want you guys to remove the lenses from your eyes, but really and truly, it's fear-based. And fear-based always leads to control. Whenever you operate from a space of fear, it leads to control. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, 304s and hoes are the same thing, right? So in reality, when you say, "Oh, I'm just trying to open the eyes of men and women," okay, I hear that, but you saying the exact same thing they're saying. You sound exactly the same as them, right? And for instance, she's saying about almost advocating for women to go their own way. Guess what the men have got? Men go their own way. My God, it's the same product on the extreme side of the fence. The men have MGTOW. She's also advocating women, go your own way. Do your own thing. Decenter men from the situation, which I partly agree with. And the men are saying, decenter women from the situation. Stop making women your whole identity. You're the same cloth, just on a different end. You're the same cloth, you're just on different spectrums of that cloth. Same thing. She's dominated this conversation. And she's like, let me speak. In reality, I hear it. She wants to tell her story. I hear it. I'm not mad at it. You want to tell your story? We gonna listen.
Selecting men based on his job. You have women selecting men based on his religious beliefs. These are all faulty selective models. There are women selecting men based on his religious beliefs. These are all faulty men let me in to their mind. Okay. So the men that I worked with, oh man, they were all married. I'm one of the only women that they talk to like I'm one of them. So I'm in a circle where it's like 8 men and I'm the only woman in there. My manager is basically talking to all of us. Yeah, man, when my wife leave the house, I'm fucking her niece. Right. And that pussy good. This is how men talk to me. So
those low level men.
It sounds like very low level. I wouldn't let a man talk to me around that.
Let me put it like this. The book How to Win Friends and Influence People, Dale Carnegie. Dale Carnegie says in chapter 1 on pay, Seneca also said, stop wasting time talking about what a good man should be and just be one, right? So the fact of the matter is, women speaking about their experience. This is what men, this is what males are doing. Married, I have studied the down low male, and these men are married. There was this one guy by the name of Emmanuel. When he created this online journal, it is what it is. It definitely taught me a lot of stuff, you know, and I believe in purpose. I believe in purpose, and I don't believe anything is by accident. And those experiences, by trying over and over and over again, it doesn't even matter the caliber, man. It doesn't matter the age, don't matter the race, it doesn't matter the tax bracket, because I done been there. I done dated them from my age to 2 toes in the grave. And it's the same exact behavioral pattern. So at this point, it's, am I going to keep taking the blame for these men? Because at this point, it ain't me. The only thing that must be wrong is what I believe about men. Because clearly my belief system is wrong. Because, yeah, those things happen, but I've also been raped. I didn't have to have abortions from rape. From the man telling me, the one that pulled the gun, let me know, hey, if I wanted it, I could just take it. Because I tell him no, because he wants to have sex with me. I say no. So he pulls the gun, put it on my table, and let me know I can do this if I want to, right? To the male who rapes me and tells me, ain't nobody gonna believe you, right? That me and you dating, ain't nobody gonna believe I raped you, right? To another man grabbing me by my throat and slamming me into the shower because he was jealous of my ability to put business together and to communicate with people. See, that ain't me. There is something else going on here. And maybe my belief system about men is totally fucked up, because it is this belief system that I think that I'm supposed to be helping a man. I'm supposed to be submissive. I'm supposed to build the man up. You do these things and there's still a problem. So the last man, I had 2 men.
Now, let's pause it there. Now, this would have been the part where I can understand where Pastor Tim was crying, because I was like, he cried too early. She never told us part of the story yet. But no, you know, in reality, the situation, what she's describing here is painful. It's hurtful. It's soul destroying. It's disempowering. And it is so downright heinous, evil, wicked behavior on someone to do that, right? And for her to go through those experiences, I can understand why there's a coldness in the way she's going to approach certain stuff with men. I can understand why now you're telling yourself, I'm not going to be afraid of you. I'm going to let you know what it is. That's the warrior spirit in her. Okay? That's the warrior spirit in her. So I understand that she's always going to be a warrior, but the fact that she's gone through those things and she's come out the other side and she's willing to fight again tells me that's what she was always born to be, a fighter, which is what she knows. She was always born to be a rebel, always born to free others, always born to be somebody who would speak the truth, unfazed by what's facing her. There are warriors everywhere, but there are different types of warriors. There are warriors who are strategic. There are warriors who are frontliners. There are warriors who are generals. There are warriors who, are good with weapons. There are different types of warriors. She's the kind of warrior that picks up the microphone and says, I'm unfazed by whatever you're going to give me, and I'm going to tell you the truth. Now, a truth according to what she has experienced. Now, listening to her, even her disposition, I was like, the way she's even talking, the very authoritative energy she brings to the table, I'm not mad at it. I understand. She understands that in order probably to be heard, that's what she's got to do. Right? So, so for me personally, I'm like, okay, I now get why there's such a coldness in a way of the way you're dealing with us or dealing with men, right? You have taken on the defensive position, posture, masculine energy, because it's protective energy. You know, the masculine energy on women becomes defensive. The feminine energy on a man, it becomes offensive, and you become quickly offended. You know, you're easily hurt. You're easily this. You know, so I understand where she's coming from now, you know, and get it. And I was saying about Pastor Tim, not saying that he shouldn't cry. I was saying I didn't get it why he was crying so early, when this was a part of the story that I'm like, this is the part I'm like, wow, this is, you know what I mean? That's what I was kind of saying. But again, I said I was hypocritical, so I was being hypocritical about it.
Well, actually, 3 men take money, large amounts of money, but the lowest amount was 2,000. So they all setting me up for a lot of money, right? For every L you take, it's a lesson in those L's, right? So I go back and I figured out what kind of game they ran on me to be able to get over like that, right? So after losing money on 3 different occasions, can't no male get no money from me, right? After those abusive situations that I was in, and one of my friends had the nerve to tell me, he said, you know, I know me and Princella, I could have told you. I said, well, then why didn't you tell me, right? So men know how men think. Men know, right? So at the end of the day, out of all of these experiences I've had working on philosophy, because I have a background in cell and molecular biology. I went to school for that. But I did not incorporate that. I focused on philosophy, which was pro-Black philosophy, right? Supporting the man, you know, trying to help a brother out because white supremacy is, you know, stepping on.
Now, this part is really important, okay? Because like she said, she had to go and figure out what was the issue. She said, you know, not only was she unfortunately sexually, you know, violated, but financially she was also violated by men. And like I said, unless you do the work and start figuring out why you are in a place where you are, why you're in situations that you're in, like she's saying, it can be very hard, right? Now, the financial aspect of it, I want to be very, very clear. The financial aspect of it, sis, accountability. You saying that you gave yourself up to a man, it's got nothing to do with you getting upset to a man, right? You needed to learn balance. I needed to learn balance. I told you guys I got robbed of 5K. I got robbed of 2.5K. You know why? Because I didn't want to ask questions. You know why? Because I trusted those people blindly. So when you get robbed like that, you do have to take accountability on why you got into that place. That's not just a man thing, but men do rob those things. You know, women do it too. They just learn it a different way. But, you know, predominantly men, I guess I've encountered that way. But the reality of the situation is I had to look at me, man.
His neck. This is right. So people who followed me before, you know, I had a following back in 2015 when Umar, Brother Polite, and all them was out. I was out too, and I was supporting the man, right? During that time when I was doing that's when I got raped in 2016 and had to have an abortion, right? During the time of supporting the man, right? So there's clearly something wrong.
Let's not go past that. Look what she just said. Let's just not go past that. What she just said was she put her trust in a man during the Brother Polite situation. It was them times where you know, I remember very heavy the Black movement, and she put her trust in those men, and one of them decided to rape her. Now, why wouldn't that mess up your mindset? So when you've put your trust in something, and that thing then removes the carpet from underneath your feet, of course you're not going to have trust for men. You're going to see them differently. You're going to see them differently. Absolutely. 2016 is 7 years ago, people. It's not a long time ago. Right?
In my belief system, because no matter what, men are still behaving this way. Okay, when I changed my belief system and I incorporated biology, psychology, and philosophy, and I stopped looking at the world idealistically and I started looking at it realistically, everything changed. I mean, everything changed. And my life got 1,000 times better. I don't have any of the stresses or any of those things. And so that I had once before.
So would you say that the paradigm shift not only changed you, it protected you?
Yeah. But it wasn't even about, at this point, it wasn't even about protection. It's about being accurate and being correct and not continuing to experience the same thing because something is wrong. So I got to change something. So now that I changed something, all of the things that I saw, I don't see anymore in terms of me, because here's the thing. Prior to that, I held the belief that you help men, right? And that you need a partner, right? So I always took the position of trying to help a man with his vision and his goal. So I always took the back seat. But taking the back seat, I was still doing most of the work. And as they saw me doing most of the work and putting things together for them, what they say they wanted to do, they end up getting jealous of me. So jealous to the point that they get violent, right? After I stopped believing that, because it was 3 instances where I tried to help a man out. The last one that
Pause before she goes further, right? Now she's saying some interesting things, right? Which is really powerful. She talks about the fact that these men were jealous of her and these men were jealous of the fact that she had this gift. And she's absolutely right. They would be, because we see it in everyday life. So I'm not going to dispute that, right? Again, I understand where she's coming from, but I said this again, she is special. God has called her to a particular level because she has a certain level of acclaim and understanding and wisdom. And she is gifted. She's supposed to change narratives. I don't know if it's in this particular way, but she is to further narratives. I believe that, and I've said this before, I believe that women can do even more things, right? Greater things. One of the things that I've also, even within the church, for instance, there are certain churches that say women can't preach. And I felt like this was very limiting. And I know what the scripture was saying, but I said, I need to go deeper into the actual scripture and go into the Greek and go into the Hebrew and really deepen it, right? Because a lot of times what happens is we don't just teach, for instance, in a church, some churches will say to you, women can't preach. But it's not just the preaching that's an issue. The issue of the thing is that they don't teach them to be equipped. They teach them to be docile. And I have a problem with that. Because I remember I was going to certain, and I'm not going to mention the church, but you know what churches I'm talking about. You know what churches I'm talking about that do this kind of stuff, right? They will tell you women can't preach. And what happens is, it's not just that women can't preach. It's the fact that what happens is they don't empower women to go out with this gospel. So what will happen is women can go out and women can go out and evangelize, but they can't preach. I'm looking at them like, so she can evangelize to a male, and that male can give his life to Jesus, but she can't preach. And I was like, okay, we may need to look at the scripture a little bit more deeper. We may need to look at scripture more deeper as to, are we fully understanding the message of that particular scripture? Have we got the wisdom of it? Because a lot of times scripture is also revealed over time. The depth of a scripture sometimes is revealed over time as culture changes, understanding is increased and knowledge increases. Sometimes our perspective of scripture changes, right? So, can't teach. That's what I should say. Can't teach. I should say better. But for me personally, I believe that there are certain women that are called to teach. I'm sorry, there ain't many teachers in the kingdom, even in that case anyway. My biggest issue, we don't have many kingdom teachers anyway. We have a lot of kingdom preachers who end up trying to be teachers, but they're not teachers. And I'll tell you why they're not teachers. Teachers, when you meet a teacher in the kingdom, or you know when you've met a kingdom teacher, right? You know exactly what it is when you meet somebody who's a kingdom teacher compared to preachers. In the kingdom, we have way too many preachers. Way too many. Right? Someone like I'm trying to think of one that TD is kind of preachy teachy. I like his stuff. He's a bit preachy teachy. He's a bit of both. He's a bit of PT in. I can't think of anybody of the major preachers on the network that you know are big that are actual teachers. I can't think of many, right? I think TD would probably be a bit of both. I can't think of many. When I go onto YouTube, I see the teachers. And you know why you know a teacher is a teacher? Because he will take you from the beginning to the end. He will start breaking stuff down, the little scriptures down, all the way to a point where you're like, oh my God, like my brain. She starts breaking it down. We're not just talking about being able to inspire people. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about literally decoding and being able to feed people in a way that they begin to have a different kind of understanding. Not that they're inspired now, but now they are empowered because the teaching that the person's bringing to the table, it breaks things down, right? I personally prefer teaching. That's my thing. I like to teach the word of God because I believe that that's the way to really uplift people. Because what my end goal as a teacher is, and this is why it's different from preachers, teachers' goal is to empower. Hey, down me. I'm going to be here for a short while. I want to empower you. And this is what I'm saying about, in a situation when it comes to the situation with Priscilla and even the kingdom and people. A lot of people preach, inspire, all those kind of things. Very few people teach. So yes, the gifting of teaching is very rare, I feel like, in the kingdom. Or at least they're not rare, but they are not often heralded.
That all of this happened with was a 7-figure dude. Not only was he 7 figures, he was old as hell. And no, serious. No, I'm just being honest, right? He's 7 figures and he old as hell. And to experience the same level of competition from him and jealousy, at that point, this is a wrap, because it don't matter how much money the guy has. It don't matter how old he is. It doesn't matter his career. It don't matter his belief system. None of this. I followed all that stuff and the behavior was the same. So now when I changed that disposition, I started feeding into myself. I wrote 2 books that are doing well. I got my podcast. I got laid off from my job this year. The creator sent me through a lot of training over the years. I learned.
The creator?
Yes. Higher power. Okay. Sent me through a lot of things. I mastered sales because I was top salesman in everything I ever done. I spent 8 years in the military and I got commissioned as an officer. So I learned leadership, right? Thank you. No problem. I've lived on the streets. I've been through a lot of hard things where I have the willpower to create and do whatever it is that I want to do. I got laid off from my job this year, January 3rd, and I didn't plan on leaving until May. I was only making $1,000 a week driving trucks. I left that job, finished my book. I have made over $350,000 this year from the time that I got laid off up until now. Never could I have done that with any of those males impeding. The last guy that I dated, he was 7 figures. He tried to sabotage my progression. He tried to sabotage it. Didn't want me to maneuver. So he wanted to control how much money I made, because I worked for him at the time. He wanted to control how much money I made, and he wanted to sabotage my paycheck just so he could have control over me, have me helping him with his business without paying me and all kind of stuff. This was the type of BS that he was trying to pull. So I left him, went to another company. After I worked there for about 6 months or whatever, they was like, okay, well, we don't have enough work. Trucking industry is down right now. So from then on, I'm like, I'm not going back to nobody's job, and I'm not helping nobody build shit. I'm going to do it myself. Right? Because that's what the creator want me to do. I can do this myself. And I have went so much further in life than I have ever been working with any male. Right. And so when men say, oh, we don't want a woman that's educated, we don't care about your education, we don't care about your money, you ain't got to care, because I care. And I don't center my life around men. And if women stopped caring what men had to say about their appearance, their finances, their education, and they focused on themselves to build themselves up to a level and stop waiting on somebody to take control of your life, not only would women go so much further, they would find the divine purpose that was meant for them to add value back into the planet. If the male get it together, he get it together. If he don't get it together, oh well, that's not the woman's responsibility. That's his responsibility.
So let me give you what it looks like on, and I appreciate you sharing all.
So listen, I mean, listen, she said that she wants to build herself, and I definitely understand that as well. You know, I feel like, you know what, we can encourage women to build as well. Those who are meant to build will build. Those who are meant to build will build. Just like right now, not every man build. When I say build, I mean entrepreneurship and all that kind of stuff, business, all that kind of stuff, right? Not everybody has that level of build, you know, entrepreneurship energy. You know what I mean? It's not every man, and it won't be every woman who will do it too, right? There will always be the exceptions to the rules, or should I say, sorry, apologies, say the elites of that group who will be able to do what they do. Those who are called with giftings, who will end up doing that thing. So what she's saying will uplift the 20%, and the rest of the 80 majority will live life like normal human beings. This is what it's always been. It's always been the select few who pull the majority along. So it's a case of having that top people at the top, according to 80-20 rule anyway. But so there's a need to have you know, there's a need to have the top elite to build, because you look at anybody, okay, you look at white folks. Is everybody building? Asian folks, is everybody building? Not everyone's building, right? Not everyone's building, because it's not everyone that it takes to build. But the reality of the situation, again, every man has a gifting and every man has a talent, you know, in that sense. That's probably better. Yeah, I like that term. That's probably a better way to put it. I think that's a better way to put it, Bellatoy, is that not necessarily to build, but to build a family and community. I think that's a better way of putting it. I would like that way that you've put it, because I think that's where a majority of people's building needs to be focused on. Building up family, community, right? And like I said, she is a star amongst other stars, and she is a winner. And I should say she is somebody who's been gifted, and she is being called. She's been called to a higher plane, and therefore she's going to require more, and a lot more will be required of her as well. So I think that's where the building exists, and I think Bellatoy, sorry if I said it correctly, I kill everybody's name, I do apologize. That's where it needs to be focused on, right? That, you know, the building can be happening from a family perspective, a community perspective, building that area. There's leadership also in that area too. Not all men are called to lead 100 billion people. You know, you know, I think that's a powerful statement to make. She's been called to challenge the power dynamic, exactly, and you know, and that's what I said about if she could just get it in you know what I'm saying to you. We can take the good from the bad, but just a little twist away, just a little turn, you know, just a little turn. So yeah, and listen, I put the link out there, guys. I won't say any more, but if you do want to have your say, I put the link in there. I know Educated Liam said that he couldn't because I think he's working, so he can't. Yeah. If anyone has a point, I'd love to hear your points before I gotta go. But it's been a really good conversation. I honestly think, you know, that she has some great points. I do feel that her trauma has informed her, though. I do feel like the trauma has really informed her worldview a little bit as well, and that's why some of the points hit a particular way. But she made some great points. Oh, the last part I wanted to even show you was actually towards the end when they were talking about. Let me see if I can find it. I think it was right here. I'm gonna try and find it, you guys.
So the restoration of that is to get us back to Genesis 2. Genesis 2 is where a man was put to sleep and a woman was taken out of him.
That tears can be used as a manipulation tactic. Men do it.
Okay, here we go. Here we go.
In the chat, they like, yo, Princella helped me get out of this situation. Princella helping a lot of women get out of abusive situations. So I do believe that it can have some really good impact. But holistically, even if I'm looking at those same women's comment, even when Tim Ross really brought reality to what you were sharing and really had a moment, and it really slowed me down to really think, wow, Princella is really, she really vulnerable right now. She really telling us about some shit that she's overcome. The comments from those women was, those are crocodile tears. Tim Ross is full of shit. He's faking for the camera. So that's what I mean. It's like you can consume so much of a message and internalize it so much, especially when it's rooted in fear, and especially when it's rooted in, I mean, just example after example after example after example of what bad can happen. It can totally dilute all forms of optimism and positivity that's remaining in you. So although I do think your message does have a place in a way, I think overall, if somebody was to solely consume it and to overconsume it, I do think it's no real longevity in learning it.
Can I just that's insightful that you was able to catch that. Did you feel like that moment for me was insincere?
Well, for me, I have to analyze people.
We just met.
I have to analyze people extensively because I hear all of that, but the fact of the matter is we know for a fact that tears can be used as a manipulation tactic. Men do.
Let's pause it here. First one was, I'll let it play again. The question was, do you believe that me being this moment was being insincere? She should have just said no or yes. Notice she didn't. This is what I mean by the monologue and soliloquy that will keep happening. Because if in reality, if you can't answer the question straight, you're going to always have a problem here. Right? In the long run, you're going to have a problem because your followers are always going to learn how to do soliloquies and monologues, but they actually don't learn effectively. And this is what I'm saying, that it's going to be very hard for replication if she isn't very straightforward and direct. This should have been a straight direct situation where it's just, hey, I do believe you was insincere. Here's my reason why. That's how you answer a question. Like, I think you're insincere because, no, I don't believe you're insincere, but let me explain. Because she's always assuming people are trying to trap her. And that's a very hard place to be. I see you, Elsa. Thank you. It's a very hard place to be in where you're always thinking about how someone's trying to trap you.
Do it all the time. They do. They're like one of the main tactics that a male will pull if a woman is about to leave. He'll break down and start crying or tell the woman he gonna kill himself if she. So here's the thing.
Did you feel that from me?
No, I don't typically move in feeling, right? So I'm not gonna say that.
Let's pause it right there again. Why did she tell us a whole story about what men actually do? The question wasn't about what men do. The question was about what did he do? The question was, he said, did you feel I was insincere? Right? That's just a see, when someone doesn't want to answer those questions, it's because they don't want to. You see, she can't. Do you know why she can't agree to him being not insincere? I think she felt it was a real moment. She can't say that. You know why? Because a lot of times these messages are interwoven with pain, hurt, and a narrative about the opposite sex. Red pill people do the exact same thing, right? When they find somebody who speaks sense, for instance, when I watched Red Pill and Destiny goes to like Fresh and Fit, he always calls them out. He always calls them out, and they always suffer because they always don't want. They always realize that Destiny will be calling them out, right? He doesn't fit their narrative. And same thing here, like. When someone doesn't fit your narrative because you've sold a narrative to the audience, now when that narrative is changed, it's changed because you've seen somebody who's done something different, you can't acknowledge it. You're not allowed to, because if you do acknowledge it, it would mean that maybe some people are going to realize, okay, wait, hold on a minute. If I agree to this, then maybe I have to change my narrative a little bit, or my audience will see a completely different narrative to what I've sold them, right? So importantly, and yes, she did say that, Z, exactly. She said she doesn't deal with her feelings when dealing with men. Well, guess what? Who else doesn't do that? Men. And guess what they do? Horrible things. When you don't involve your emotions, when you pretend as if you don't involve your emotions, you're lying. There is no such thing and no such person who takes any decision. When men tell me that they're completely logical and they never involve their emotions, I say they're lying. You can never ever make a decision without there being emotions involved. There are always going to be some level of emotion involved in the situation. The problem is you don't recognize what emotions are. You don't recognize what emotions are. I've had this fight with certain men on certain channels. In fact, I had a conversation. I did a video on this a couple of months back when I was on, I think it's Anton Daniel's channel, and it was the whole debate about emotions. And I said to the guy, you just said something and you're being emotional. No, I won't be emotional. You're getting annoyed. It's an emotion. You're getting frustrated. It's an emotion, right? It's called emotions. You cannot deny that you have emotions. And when people start going down the lane of, I don't have emotions, you have to start being scared of them. Because if you don't do, you see, if you don't have emotions, you're devoid of what makes you human. Right? So, you know, I don't accept that from the men, and I don't accept that from her either.
I felt any kind of way, or I thought any kind of way about it. One thing is, I really wasn't even looking at you until when you started saying that. It actually caught me off guard because I wasn't expecting that, because I expect men to do exactly what those two did, right?
Let's pause it right there. What she just said now? She just said, okay, hey, look, you know what? I wasn't even really looking at you, but it caught me off guard. Right? Inadvertently, what she's saying is she feels it was sincere. Sis, it's okay. You can say it. Okay? Because inadvertently, what you're saying is it's sincere. Because literally in that moment, what she said, hey, listen, I expect men to behave like these two. Well, in reality, then you can't really win. I show you empathy and I show you that I can be emotional. And then you tell me I'm being insincere. But then you look at the other two guys who are actually dismissing you and I expect them to be like that. So but the reality of the situation is, babe, you did think I was sincere. You did. Okay? You did think I was sincere. Okay? And that's why it took you off guard. It took you off guard because whoa. Now, if you thought he was being manipulative, you'd have been on guard because you're ready for a manipulative man. Remember, you've told us, you've written a book, 41 Shades of a Man. You are ready and equipped to see when a man is being manipulative. Okay, so you know, if he was being insincere, you'd have told us straight away. I was on my guard. I was ready for it. I knew it was gonna. So you knew. You believed he was being sincere, and it's okay to admit that, babe. But then I understand your world frame would start to break a little bit. And I understand that. Yeah, I understand that.
They asked me a question, and as I began to, it's like it go in one ear.
So notice, okay, pause it. Notice what's happened here, though. The question was about his insincerity, and look what she's done. I want you to pay attention because this is what red pill people do. The exact same thing. Because they have an audience that they're trying to cater to through pain, not through love, through pain. Because that's how you make money, because you deal with emotions. Through people's pain, you can make money. You can monetize pain. Listen to what she's about to do. The conversation isn't about those two boys and what they did. The conversation is about what Pastor T did. She puts that aside and then says, now she's going to put the blame on the two boys. It's important.
And not the other, and they're quick to and so I expect that, right? Because that's typically what happens. So when you started talking, it just caught me off guard that that's where you were, because at the end of the day, I do these conversations with men all the time.
Let me pause it there. And she said it caught off guard. Anybody notice? I didn't even see the moment it happened. I watched this and I was like, did you notice? Did you notice that the coat that he was wearing is now on her shoulders? Did you notice that for the past 2 hours, she's been wearing his coat? And I asked myself, why was she wearing his coat? Because is it cold? Because the other brothers have got no coat on. So is it cold? But she's now carrying his coat. Wearing it. Not really wearing his coat. Did you guys notice that she's wearing his coat? So he had started behaving a completely different way.
You'll very rarely see me on any podcast with a woman. I'm comfortable talking to men because I've been in male spaces for over 20 years. Yeah. So I know how to relate to men. So this don't bother me because this is typically the response I deal with men. So when I didn't think anything of it, but when he's saying what they say, the reality is that tactic typically is pulled. So for them, it's like, that don't mean nothing. For me, to me, it's just a conversation. I didn't read into it. I didn't take away from it. It just was what it was at the time. You know, that's just how I feel. I don't know you well enough to say what's sincere and what's not, because typically when I deal with people, I'm able to observe their behaviors and stuff. So I'm not really being able to observe as I'm having a conversation.
Understand?
Right.
Yeah.
So,
There's a lot going on right now. I will say that again, anyone that is a part of our basement community, I sit down with people and I hold space for them to give us the gift of their vulnerability. That's where I live. That is my life. And so I'm an empath. I'm a feeler. I can't hear something like that. And again, I see everything in pictures. And so I'm actually looking at little Princella, watching her mother's nose be broken by the man that's supposed to protect his mother and his daughter. That's effed up to me. Like that's incomprehensible in my mind. And so, and maybe if it would have just been that, right. But again, and you giving us the gift of your vulnerability and you start lining up your personal experiences, I can't hear that. I'm not expecting them to do it. Like, this is just the way I'm wired. I cannot hear that and it not move me with compassion, because my heart breaks for anybody to have been in that type of scenario in their life. So,
but see, for me, when I look at that, I don't look at it from a place of victimhood or even sorrow for myself. I go into an analytical thing because there is a reason that those things happened, right? So there's a reason that my father behaved the way that he behaved.
Absolutely.
Right? And so I go into that understanding the nature, the neurology and things like that, and the dynamics around it, which makes it make more sense, right? And so instead of being a quote unquote victim, I was actually just a casualty or collateral damage to implosion, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So when you're too close to something and it implodes, you get the shrapnel and all of that stuff that comes, right?
Absolutely.
Right. So the thing about it is understanding what breaks people, understanding what causes people to behave in certain ways, right? And to not do those things, right, that cause people to respond in those behavioral patterns. So I have understood the root cause analysis to collective human behavior. Unfortunately, because I'm not what I would say is a pick-me who sings the praises of males and telling women to do this, and that to get a man, this don't fall well on male ears, because men are taught that women are here for them, right? So everything has to be what the male wants to hear. I don't talk based on what the male wants to hear. I talk based on what's good for society and how to fix behavior. Unfortunately, because the majority of humans in a hierarchical system are pushed down to the bottom, that means they are in negative emotions. That means they're operating in scarcity. They're operating in fear, both the male and the female. But this is not the natural environment for a female. So because you have the females in this environment, pushing them down to the bottom of a hierarchy when their nature is circular and egalitarian, of course, you're going to create broken women. You're going to create broken males who neither one of them can find their way. And the true God is the higher self, right? And I'm going to end with saying this, is that the male needs a male God, right, for him to believe in. That male can instill fear because it's based on a pecking order. So the Bible was created for that pecking order to govern men. The true God totally is the divine feminine. It is the feminine womb. It is the creator of all things. She is the true God, and that God is the God of the woman who she needs to listen to. The male can continue to listen to the male God because he is the quote unquote alpha male that is going to instill that fear in him to make him do whatever if he truly believes in a God. The problem with the Bible or churches or the religious Christian religion is that it allows people to do whatever the hell they want to do and then repent on their deathbed. And because Christianity is the easiest religion to believe in, the male don't really have a fear in God, because he can do what he wants to do, mess up as much as he wants, destroy his life, go find a woman who will accept him. And then when he finna get ready to die, Jesus saved me and all is done. And that's the problem with that. So
no, baby, that ain't it. But I hear what she's saying, because you have the same issues in Islam. So this ain't a Christian issue. Like you said, it's a man issue. See, that's where your issue is. You're seeing us again. Your issue of Christianity, because remember, she walked away from Christianity. So now I can hear it, right? Like you said, men are men, right? So you go to Islam, they're the exact same way. They do the exact same things, okay? They do the exact same things over there. Go to Catholicism, they do the exact same thing over there. Go to any religion, and anybody has man in. Listen, so long as men are in control and have power, absolute power, this is always going to be an issue with a man. And I always say that. So I definitely hear what she's saying. I think, just bringing it around so that people can come up and have their say. I think obviously, that it was good conversation, and I loved again the fact that she got to say her piece and got to preach her truth. And I think what is powerful about this is that Pastor Tim being there was a focal point for now meeting some good guys, right? And what Pastor Tim said, before I bring up the ladies, is very true, okay? I don't expect men to be empathetic because that's not their first protocol. When you deal with men, I expect solution-orientated answers. What does that mean? If I go and tell certain boys that, you know what, I broke up with my girl, and da-da-da-da, I know who I can talk to and be like, bro, talk to me. Let me listen to what you got to say. And then I know the other guys, when you talk to them, they're like, brother, it's time to get back on the horse, get over it, and move forward. Because a lot of us as men are not happy sitting in an emotional space, and I get it. And, a lot of men don't have that particular skill, which I understand because we come from a different particular perspective as well. And that's just a real situation because men oftentimes deal with a solution orientation. And I've spoken about this before. It's because a lot of times, like she said, biologically the way we're wired, but also because the role we're asked to do. She was in the army military. Sometimes you got to make a split-second decision as a protector. Sometimes you ain't got time for staying to reason things in the most, because emotions still evolved, in the most emotional sense. Or it's easier to remove most of the emotion from the situation, or at least separate it from what you're doing to do what you need to do. She should know. She was in the military. She should know. When you're doing what you're doing, how it affects people. But anyway, let me get the ladies on first and get their perspectives as well. And get their perspectives. Yes, ladies. Dahlia, talk to me.
Hi. Good morning.
What's
How are
good,
you guys?
baby?
Can you guys hear me
good,
okay?
Man. Oh, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to do my best to not be long on here. I really just had one point to make, and it's something that one of the other commenters in the chat reminded me of, Sosa Bell. She said that trauma rewires the brain. And I thought that was an excellent point. And I think it's relevant to this conversation because I do think that the sheer amount of trauma that Princella has gone through has really done a number on her thought process. And it made me think of this conversation that a doctor was having on a podcast that I listened to called Theology in the Raw. And I was trying to find his name, but for whatever reason, I can't find the episode. But he's a neurosurgeon and he specializes in brain trauma. And he was saying how every day you get new neural pathways, right? And you have the opportunity, if you want to, when you're setting these neural pathways, whatever habits that you have will reinforce those pathways. So if you decide every morning I'm going to go and do a 30-minute walk. If you do that every day, the decisions that you make will set those neural pathways. And so eventually you'll get to the point where it's just a habit. You don't have to think about it every day. You do a 30-minute walk, right? And he was saying that it's the same thing with trauma. It's the same thing with your thinking, your thought processes, your feelings. Whatever you choose to give credence to, whatever you give yourself time for, you are going to take those neural pathways and you're going to basically embed them. So now they're like well-walked trails. And I think that the important thing to remember for somebody like Princella is because she's really only allowed herself to experience the worst of men. is to see if it's possible. And I think Elsa, you made a comment about this, is going out of your way to see the best of men, to find the good in men. And I think if you allow yourself to do that, you will realize that you've been seeing it this whole time and just never allowed yourself to really let it affect you and be able to let it, what's the word I want to say? Let it filter through your thought process and how you interact with them. That's the point that I wanted to make on here.
Appreciate it, Daniel. Thank you so much for that. El Cid.
Hey everyone. Well said, Dahlia. I only have 2 points. One going in line with what Dahlia had said. She's not recognizing the good in men, even in the men that are right before her in this interview. As you said, she was just covered by that gentleman. She had his coat, and she still can sit there in front of them and said she has not had good experiences of men. That is a blinder that is real heavy to me. She really can't see it. And I have to say, I've been in a point where it's not just men, but can't see the good in some people. And you got to do homework. You got to do homework of writing down every day your good experience so that you can visually see that there was good. Sometimes it takes that because you're so deep in seeing the dark or the bad that you can't see any light. My second point was, and this is more ground roots, you know me, she been in that locker room all this time and didn't learn anything from those men? Anything? You talked about the dirt they told you and you didn't learn anything? That they were digging dirt? Come on now. Come on. She is still blind. As the tomboy, and I have learned, I have been in that locker room. I know what you're talking about. But the difference is I learned and processed. It's like she heard it, and it's like, you know what? It ain't going to be me. And kept it going. Girl, she ain't learning. I think she's more mad at herself. And the fact that she's still in rooms of men and feels more comfortable there, she needs more time on that bench. She needs more time. I'm still comfortable in that room of men, but all you're seeing is bad. You're still sitting in hurt and victimhood. It's like she needs an elder woman. I'm sorry, she does need an elder woman to help her get out of this state that she's in. I'll land there.
But before you go, Elsa, can you just repeat that point again about the comfortability in the room of men? I felt like a bulb was going off in my head, but it titched, but didn't go off. I just needed just repeat that point again. I don't know if you can expand on it or whatever, but just go over that point again, just quickly.
She said she's more comfortable in a room of men and discussing this with men, but she still says she cannot see the good in men or hasn't had good experiences with men. Why would you then put yourself in a room of people that you have said you have not had good experiences with in order to re-traumatize yourself? That's what I'm getting from it. But I'm not sure. That's just me.
I'm getting it. Dali, did you want to add to that? That's a good point.
Sorry, I mean, you just kind of had my wheels turning too, because it does. I've been around women like this, and let me not say women, people like this, where they will subconsciously put themselves in the same space with people that they think are essentially predators. And it's almost like there's a lack of self-preservation instinct there. I don't know what that is, but I do think you're hitting on something there, Elsa, because that is really strange to me. It's like you spend a lot of time around men, but you don't. I get the impression that she doesn't like men. I could be wrong. I've never seen this woman before in my life. So if I have it wrong, I apologize. But just based off of the little conversation that we were able to see, I got the impression that she really doesn't think too highly of them, but also you want to be around them a lot. And I don't understand how those two things can coincide. I don't get it. So I'm just as lost as you are, Coach O. So yeah.
For me, it's you're hurting yourself. These are the people that you have said hurt you. These are the people you have said have not given you a good experience or a reason to believe the good in men. But you are subjecting yourself to being in a room of them constantly. It does not compute for me. I mean, okay, here's where it computes. I used to work in an agency that helped domestic violence victims, but in her self-proclaimed heal space, it does not compute for me. It is still the child, the little girl still seeking validation from her father or male species.
I literally wrote two things on what you said, El said. So I said the light bulb was going off and I was trying to figure out. So studying a bit more about fearful avoidance, disorganized attachment, one of the things that they struggle to do is recognize danger. Because they've always been in a dysfunctional, dangerous state, they actually can't recognize, they oftentimes struggle to reason with dangerous situations. So she could be in a very dangerous place, but because she's used to the dysfunction, it doesn't register on her mind. And they actually put themselves in more dangerous positions. Because I was trying to figure out about her situation where she's been, unfortunately, sexually violent several times and then been robbed financially several times. I was like, yeah, because she won't stop putting herself in dangerous positions, because once you've been in dysfunction for that long as a kid, that attachment style, oftentimes the person struggles to recognize danger immediately. Whereas like myself, I might be like, you know what, that's a dangerous situation, I ain't trying to be in it. Disorganized attachment person goes into the situation, they almost throw themselves into it. The second thing that you mentioned, which is really powerful and which is important, is also what she probably might not be aware of, is that father wound also can put you in a place where you long for fatherhood. Because it's very similar to the Tiana Taylor situation, where she described about her background in her childhood, but she was talking about how she was wanting Pharrell and other people to give her that fatherly love. She was always searching for it. So now imagine you're searching for that father aspect, and she mentioned about the mentor. You're looking for that father aspect. You've been hurt already. You put yourself in dangerous positions, potentially. I'm not going to say 100% because, some situations might not be necessarily that way. You put yourself in a dangerous position with certain males, and these males then end up breaking your trust once more again, further breaking you even further. So now she's in that space with these two gentlemen, and you kind of said it as well. She also cannot recognize, she said something very funny. She said that men, due to, the terminology that men can't recognize facial expressions. First of all, biologically, women actually have the ability to recognize, I think, up to 26 different expressions in the way that faces. We have up to 26 emotions, but women are very much more versed when it comes to facial expression. Men are not as well versed in that area. It takes time to learn that for men. But what's really interesting is that she couldn't recognize that he was being sincere in that moment. Because again, when you're traumatized in that particular way, it affects some of the natural gifts that women also have too. And so she's also operating almost in a way that us as men operate in a particular way, right? Or I should say maybe us as men we're damaged in that way in terms of the trauma and what we've gone through. So it's quite interesting to now what you told. I said it's quite interesting now you put it that way, because I think she may be running into dangers, and maybe that's why the knowledge, understanding, and wisdom that she got from understanding biology maybe really helped her to kind of reshape the way that she sees things. You know what I mean? So maybe that may be part of it. Yes, Darla, you want to say something?
Yeah, man, that's really good, because I can speak to this because I am a fearful avoidant, and I haven't been through the same number of traumatic experiences that she's been through, but I've been through a couple of them that are quite similar. And I did the same thing where I put myself in positions with people who were abusive towards me in the hopes that I could get them to love me. And it was in part because of the whole father wound issue. And if you had asked me for advice for someone who had the same problem that I did, I can give you really good advice about what to do, but I couldn't recognize that I'm going through the same thing and I should be taking my own advice. For me, it's as if it was two different things. I had a total blind spot to what was going on. And I think maybe she was experiencing that same thing. And what it took for me was having to go no contact with those particular people in order for me to be able to like really cleanse myself of that particular connection and get really clear. Someone put it in the chat, they called it Stockholm Syndrome. It is kind of like that, to be honest with you. You don't even realize how deep it goes until you're out of that place and you have no contact with them and you're not allowing them to feed lies into your brain. You don't realize how bad it can really, really get until you can really cut those ties. And I'm not advising that everybody do that, go no contact with certain people, but some people you have to. Some people you want to love them from a far, 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 far distance. You can't maintain contact with them. And I do think that for her, I don't know if she can, well, she probably did have to go no contact with quite a few of those people, but oh man, she needs Jesus. That's really what needs to happen here, because it's not enough for you to go no contact with people. You really do need to be with the Lord so you can get like a proper grounding of what love really does look like and what it's supposed to feel like and how you can actually receive that and be able to then show it to other people. Because what she talked about, that last part about, she said something about how like the God is really your best self or something like that, something to that effect. She says the God is yourself. It's like, okay, I see now why she keeps saying the creator, because if for her, it's the human is the same thing as the creator, is the same thing as God, which is crazy to me because you've already had terrible experiences with humanity. And yet you would also say in the same breath that they are also God. How that doesn't make any logical sense to me, but that's neither here nor there. I just want to make that point about the fearful avoiding. You gave me something to really think about. I'm gonna do some more research into that because you made some really good points about the source of all of those particular issues.
Appreciate it, Dahlia. So you want to say something? And then
Yes. Hi, everybody. Yes. So Dahlia and I were having discourse in the what do you call it? The chat about neuroplasticity. Yes. Mm-hmm. So it was awesome to share that part. But for me, I see an opposing view. I see Princella as more so one who has decided to stay in the dark side. I don't see it as victimhood. I see it as her taking her stake in her claim as being the Dark Lord over this basically epidemic of how the male species, or some of them anyway, how they treat women and how the jealousy persists in some of these male species. So she's decided to pretty much, quote unquote, be the undercover mole and to really study them as an experiment, you know? So you have to remember she has a science background. So she's constantly studying. She's constantly watching. She's constantly taking notes so that she can bring back to inform others who are unaware, who don't have any concept as to what they could be, they can come into. So I don't see her as a victim. I see her as the general at this point. The general. She's signed up for this position. Unfortunately, these experiences has put her in that position, but God doesn't give people more than what they are created to do. So that's just my standpoint so far.
Isha, go for it, Elsid. Yep.
I would ask her a question. She's had a negative experience with her father. Why did she try to follow in his footsteps? Why did she follow into the military? And I don't want to say to become like him, but if this is someone that did not give you a great experience, why would you follow their career path? It's a lot of things about her that isn't computing for me. It's a lot. And it's just a laundry list, but I do think I agree with you, Bell. Maybe she has taken the standard and decided to run with it, but I'm not sure she's seeing how much of a flag she's waving that's contrary.
Appreciate it. I mean, really quickly, I mean, it's funny because, you know, it reminds me of this Chris Brown and Rihanna situation. Chris Brown saw his mother, unfortunately, get DV'd, and then he found himself in a situation with Rihanna DVing her. And oftentimes we want to go the opposite route of what we see our parents do. But if we don't impute certain knowledge and understanding and wisdom, a lot of times people actually end up repeating the same things that their parents did to them, or they watch their parents do. So it's interesting that you mentioned about the military aspect, because maybe she also identified the power, the strength, the being in that male space once more again. Maybe originally what took her there is again that fatherly wound where you are looking for, you may be looking for admonishment or validation in some aspects and as well. It could be, or it could have just been that, you know what, she really identified with some of the things that the military do and she liked it. And that's just her makeup, you know what I mean? So it could be that as well. Estella, go for it.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. I just wanted to say that I was so shocked to see Princella Clark on your live this morning from the show. I don't watch those young men. I can't deal with them. But I know they have a lot of different people up there. So I look forward to you reviewing when they have people up on their channel. So when I saw Princella, I was like, uh-oh, the mind blowing is about to happen on Little Black Book. So I'm glad to see that you're aware of her corner of the internet. I don't know if you've ever checked out any of her content. I checked out her content for a good 3 to 4 months. And I get kind of like, I'll get into something and I'll be in it for a good like obsessive minute. And saying all that to say, her content absolutely blew my mind. And a lot of it, well, I would say all of it registered for me. I would say personally that I was having trouble consuming it so much because it was like ad nauseum. I was like watching it because I just was like, oh my God, like what is she talking about? So you would have to go deeper into her content. What she said up here, she said a lot, but there's a lot of other things that she does speak on, kind of like um to to prove her point, right? And I can also be a reasonable human as a woman and say, well, like what you guys were talking about, the neural pathways and her having all the trauma, those things are also true. That, at least from what I believe, because I've heard things and read things about those factors too. And so I would just say I appreciate Princella for her taking this stance to inform people great at a great on a great stage, so that we don't walk in this world ignorant of the fact that the male and the female faction of humans, we are very different, and we should start to acknowledge and respect our differences in nature. We don't have to agree with exactly how she's presenting it, but a lot of the things that she is speaking about the nature of men and the nature of women, and then versus each other, and how it's been showing up in the world on a world scale over the last probably couple of thousand of years. I think there's something to that, and there's going to be people who are going to be open to receiving that information from her, but just be open to it. I just would strongly consider it. I love that, seeing you speak about her Kojo on your panel and having people up, because I absolutely love your content, and I've been following you for a couple of years now, and I respect your platform. I don't ever want to in incite warfare or anything, but I think that this is really great, and I'm just really excited to see you speaking about Princella Clark content on your channel at this point. I didn't know when it was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen, but I didn't know when, and I was just like, oh my God, this is so great. So that's a little banter, but that was my feedback.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. So before I pass the mic on to someone else, what obviously watching her for the past few months, then I guess in summary, what do you feel that you've learned from her, from being in that space with learning from Princella?
So I would say listening, her main objective, which she's personally said, is like she's here to do the work of showing people that men are incapable of love. And so I don't necessarily agree with that, but what I learned from what I learned from listening to her was there's so many people in this world who have been traumatized at the hands by men. This is just a pure simple fact. That's not even arguable. Um, and just if we look at the state of the world, which is more populous of men and run by men, um, we can I can clearly see like there is something not right. There is something not right. I've always felt that as a child that there wasn't something right with the world. Now, I didn't go through a whole bunch of trauma in the sense of like, DV and SA and all of those things. I mean, I've experienced it a little bit, but I didn't go through ad nauseum trauma like that. But I've always been able to empathize because I'm always meeting peers of my own, women especially, and men who have gone through that. So I know that there's a deep, deep, deep trauma on this earth. And what I learned is I think it's very important. And I am not a religious person, but I am spiritual. I come from a Muslim household, so I do believe in the Holy Quran and the Holy Bible and the Word, and I can understand it for deeper than being a part of a church. But what I learned is it's very important for us as humans, male or female or intersex, whatever your nature is, that we are all here to, as spiritual beings, and we are all spiritual beings, that is my belief. We're here to do work so that when we do pass out of these bodies, I don't want to try to influence and go on to wherever we go, heaven, another realm, whatever you believe, that we grow and learn in life is and go on into our afterlife where we're supposed to go. We're supposed to learn something here. And I truly deeply believe that for myself personally. And I think that the biggest thing that I learned from her is that we are all here to do some work in a spiritual level and a religious level. It's not just about getting married, having kids, and passing on these legacies. And it's beyond that. Like we need to sit on the bench and heal, as you say all the time, Coach O. And I love that you say that. I use that now. You need to sit on the bench and heal. And the healing isn't going to be done until the day we're gone. The healing does not end until the day we're gone. And sometimes I believe, my belief is, if you don't get it done, you come back into other lifetimes to get the work done. So that's what I've taken from observing her content.
Appreciate it, Sarah. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Bella Toy, is it Bella Tai? I've been killing people's names on this channel. I really apologize. You're gonna have to correct me. But we'd love to hear from yourself as well.
It's Bello Tie. Hi.
Bella Tai. Cool.
Yeah, you basically got it right. But
Alright.
this is my first time even hearing about this lady. I have no idea who she is, but I see why she's the way she is. I've been physically assaulted by a man before, and he was actually my boyfriend. So I see why certain things have gotten her to the point where she's at. I feel like she is in protection mode of herself, and from further getting her soul or her spirit tampered with, she's kind of shut off and went to a place where she feels more safe. And obviously that's more women versus men, because men are they're the reason why she's doing this in the first place. I feel like she needs to heal though, for sure, because all men aren't like that. That was the first guy I've ever been assaulted by. So it was a shock to me. I'm 28 years old and no man has ever put their hands on me. And she's been through way worse than I have. So I can only imagine how that's affected her mentally and emotionally and spiritually, because I know when I went through that, that's when I became closer to God, because I was looking for a way out, you know? And I could have shut down and I could have turned into her, you know what I'm saying? But I also feel like that's where you should turn to God the most, because he'll get you out of it, honestly. And I also feel like that's where you have to put in self-work. Like when your life is in jeopardy, when someone is jeopardizing your mental health, your emotional health, I feel like that's when you need to sit back and like really take time for yourself and be like, all right, bitch. What are we doing? Like I cannot let this energy transfer over to me. You know what I'm saying? Because it's very easy for us to become the same people that's hurt us. It's very easy for us to give up on men or give up on women because how others have treated us in the past. But I do feel like everyone's not like that. I'm a living testimony. Hey, I could have been an abuser because I've been abused. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like that also is a part of self-work. Like you have to be like, no, I don't want to be like this. Or, you know, you kind of have to mold your own life. You know what I'm saying? Like, do you want to be affected by what's happened to you? Do you want to become the person that's hurt you? Do you want to put out negativity to the world? You know what I'm saying? And I feel like that's just all in self-reflection. She's probably done self-work as far as I know the type of men I won't deal with, or I know who to stay away from, and da da da. But it's like, girl, look at how it's affected you, though. Like, look at how you can no longer trust men. Look at how you feel like all men are the same. Like, look at how you feel like I'm going to run to women, not knowing women are just as abusive. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I just genuinely feel like she needs to heal and stay open-minded, you know, like there are more bad people out here than there are good. I will say that. Like majority of people out here are fucked up. But there are the 10% of people that are good. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, and I have another question for you, Kojo. Why you ain't follow me back on Instagram?
I wasn't aware it was you. You know what I mean? Send me a
Yeah,
message in
yeah,
it.
yeah. All
I'll
right,
follow
I'm
you
done.
back. Send me a message. You know, I appreciate. First of all, let me just say as well, I really do appreciate your vulnerability and sharing your story. And I'm very sorry that actually has happened to you as well. You know, because again, again, to go through something like that, it's very difficult. And I can't imagine 100% what it's like. It's never happened to me per se. So, again, I do appreciate you sharing your vulnerability with us as well. So, thank you very much for that. I'll follow you back on Instagram. Yes, any of the ladies want to add anything else as well that they feel that needs to be added to? Yes, so go for it.
Yes. So, I mean, just wanted to thank you also for providing that safe space, Kojo. That's huge, and it's not seen everywhere here on YouTube. So it's huge what you're doing, and I commend you for all that you're doing and still doing. But I know I saw somebody write on the chat that Princella is on the other side in terms of her mates, so she's with women now. Yeah, I mean, like I said, she's crossed over into the dark side, and that's possibly just from her protecting herself even further from the male species. Sometimes, because I work in the mental health field, and so a lot of the times what I've come across with my clients or some of them that have come through these really, really tough, traumatic experiences, that's usually the route that they take sometimes when they've been when they've taken so much from the male species. Some of them do cross over and end up being with women because that's their safe space. Yes, there are domestic issues and intimate partner violence in those same sex lifestyles, but that's her safe space. And until she finds the healing that she needs for herself when she's ready to do so, she'll find it when it's necessary, when she's ready to do that. Or maybe she's just resigned to stay where she is. That's her safe space. And who are we to say anything otherwise? Again, yeah, I'm not a religious person. Also, I am spiritual, so I don't judge people based on what their selections are. We all have to answer and report to our creator when we return. So that's just how I see things. I'm just here to complete my mission, my task, which is to heal and to teach those who are seeking that. And if I help them on their journey, then that's what I'm here to do. And I'm content with that mission that I've been given to carry out. So yeah. I think that Princella has her message and she's carrying out her mission, and we all have our own.
I have a question. Can I
Go
ask?
for it.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
go for it.
Soko. I mean, I said Soko. What's your name? Say So. How come you feel like her becoming a lesbian is considered the dark side?
I'm not saying it's the dark side per se, but it's more so like she's crossed over into what society would consider not the norm. That's what I mean by dark side, not from a judgmental stance. Trust me, I am non-judgmental. I'm not even viewing that as something bad or something horrible. So I'm very laissez-faire. I let those live as they choose to live. So not in a negative stance.
Okay, I was just wondering.
No, appreciate it. Good question. Go for it, Sid.
I just saw just responding to some, things in the chat. Just for those who have never heard me before, I am married, so I have a different perspective. I do feel for those who are out there in the dating world. I feel for you and I pray for you. But we do need to, when we're hearing a message from someone, anyone, we do need to kind of use our discernment and figure out where they're coming from and exactly the layers of their message before wholeheartedly just jumping in feet first. That's all I would ask everybody, to just, listen, but keep your eyes open.
Yeah. Any other ladies want to add anything before I bring Jeff in? No? Okay, let me bring Jeff in. Yes, Jeff, welcome to the conversation. Oh, were you going to say something, Belle?
My bad.
Okay. Go for it, Jeff.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, Coach, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, that was a very interesting conversation. I think it was a good tactic that Pastor Tim used, rather than turning it into some kind of back and forth debate. He decided to just listen and let Princella talk and just talk her talk. There are some things that I definitely agreed with Princella about in regards to, men needing to be checked by other men in terms of accountability. I agree with that. And the idea of men having some form of an alpha man, I guess from a Christian perspective, I would link that to having Christ as being their God. But my issue sort of with her is that, from what I saw, Princella has been someone from the get-go, from her relationship with her father. Unfortunately, she's operated from a place of the extreme. So now, seeing what she's chosen to now become, this is her balance, basically. This is where she now feels fulfilled. And if that's her thing, that's her thing. And I'm looking up at her. She calls herself a street philosopher. She has multiple qualifications in cell and molecular biology, project management, leadership certification, music, digital animation, photography, history, pro-Black. And she says all these areas on our official website, she says that it creates my philosophical points of view that have helped so many in my personal coaching journey. Just found it ironic that in the conversation that she had with the guys, she talks about the failures of philosophy whilst at the same time promoting a philosophy that is of her own making. So that was something that I felt was a bit contradictory. I felt like she talked about how she's had conversations with Charleston White, and I'm thinking she could understand Charleston White. And I'm thinking to myself that anyone who can identify with Charleston White had to associate people of his ilk. And that was even confirmed for me more when she said that she has gone through situations where she has been abused. And Charleston White is someone who on record has done stuff like that. I mean, she talked about the nuclear family doesn't work because it's a construct of the United States corporation, yet the conception of the nuclear family apparently wasn't even in the 13th century. So her viewpoints on what she considers to be the starting point of the nuclear family is limited based by what she is looking into. Okay, then she's talking about how men and women are not the same. Cool. And she's saying oil and water don't mix. And I would agree with that, you know, with men having different brain chemistry towards women. Our connections aren't necessarily the same. Women, they lean more towards intuition, analyzing, drawing in conclusions. Men lead to more towards heightened perception and stronger motor skills. But if she doesn't believe that men and women can come together in a cohesive unit, then how can there be unity? And I don't think she's pushing for that either. And what incentive would there be for men to change if men never get around women? Because if she believes that women are the only species to be whole and men are incomplete, this is where there's, I guess, a lack of equality there. I think I saw a lot of cognitive dissonance mixed with confirmation bias. Like, she would talk about men in the sense of saying, I can't trust men, but then you go to men to basically try to learn about men. And I think when she said that she dissociated from Christianity, I think personally, everything that has basically been men oriented, because she's had negative after negative after negative experiences with men, is now to the point where, you know what, I need to move away from men, period. She said that the Bible was made for men, that she doesn't believe in like the idea of the archetype of who Christ is or who God is, but she believes in the divine feminine. And I think that just links back to her idea of men in general not being good. And I can understand that. And you know what? I'm now glad that intellectually there's no way that Pastor Tim would have even been able to win this, because it shouldn't be about winning. In this case, all I saw is someone who's definitely been broken and has just been let down by men who were supposed to be the protectors, who were supposed to do what was right. But she's never been in a situation where she's actually had positive outcomes. So what do you expect? What do you expect when you're basically growing up in a culture where all you see is toxicity around you? So you have to find some form of a solace. So that was my take on it.
Sure, Jeff. Good points. Good points. Anybody else have any other points? Any other things you wanted to add to the combo situation? I realized I was just on the internet on YouTube, and she's actually done a follow-up actually. So she actually did a follow-up on her channel. So maybe I'll do a video tomorrow or later on or whatever, but she's done a follow-up. And I just kind of watched it behind the scenes for a few minutes, and it's interesting. But yes, Dahlia, go for it.
I don't have a comment so much as a question, because I'm not familiar with her work, so I don't want to form an opinion on her without having more information here. So I think, I don't know if it was Estella she's gone. I don't know if any of the other ladies here are familiar with her work or not, but I'm trying to understand what is her ultimate goal here, because at this point now, what I'm getting from her is the impression that she doesn't really think too highly of men. She deals with women. She's teaching women. She's giving advice to women. So I'm not really sure if her goal is to basically, like you were saying, Kojo, is it essentially for women to go their own way to decenter men, center themselves, and just have nothing to do with them? Is she trying to create some sort of like a peaceful, like, co-relationship with men? I don't understand to what's the end goal here.
I hope it's not to get rid of men, because I'm not gay. So what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Like, what? Absolutely not. Oh.
Tell him, girl.
Time to reply to that DM.
I'm not gay either. Sorry, Kojo. But I just wanted to add, like this is, I would see it as a person that is spreading a message. You do with it what thou willst. You don't necessarily have to do anything with it. You just listen, you chew the bones, chew the meat and spit the bones. What works for you works, what doesn't. Because everyone in some point in time needs a message that would help them along their life's journey. So I don't necessarily see it as her standing on a soapbox for everyone. Her message is possibly just for a certain niche, a certain audience, population.
I agree.
What I get from her and where, oh, sorry, go ahead, Jeff.
Yes, Jeff.
No, I honestly don't think that she has an end goal. I think Koja kind of pointed out, I think she's literally the black version of the manosphere, the red pill. Like, if you look at I guess you'd call like the godfather of the red pill or the manosphere, like Rollo Tomasi, I think he's the one who coins himself that. When you ask him about what red pill ideology is, or what the manosphere is, or what it means to be a high value man, it's now gotten to a point where they talk circular. There's no actual solution in regards to state of affairs when it comes to dealing with the opposite sex. They try and talk in these absolutes where they have this rigid ideology thinking men and women are this. And yes, they may pick from aspects of evolutionary biology, but the issue with it is that there is no form of the idea of the redemption part, that men can be redeemed and women can be redeemed as well. I think it's like they're trying to analyze the ways of the world, but they're not looking at it from a biblical perspective. So, of course, if you only go by biology, not keeping in fact that this is literally what I think is this actually determinism. It's not even trying to even acknowledge free will, that people have a right to choose, that men can choose to be different and think different. But unfortunately, in our fallen world, we don't see that often. And women the same way as well. So when you get someone like Rollo Tomasi or Princella, they'll just go around about in circles and be pointing and blaming the finger. This is the reason why men are this, and this is the reason why women are that. They're operating out of a skewed place. So that's why it's never going to be an end goal. If there was one, I would assume where in the men's side, you'd have men being on the upper hand. And in this case, on the women's side, women would be on the upper hand. Because I think she's now trying to separate, wanting a utopia where women can operate within their own confines, their own community, and men just, at this point, are only probably just the baby making, and that's pretty much it. But the actual cohabitation of men coming together it's not, she doesn't see it. Why would she? Because she's never experienced that in her own life. And a lot of times, a lot of these people are just speaking out of a place of pain, and then they're using their knowledge as more confirmation bias.
I wouldn't compare her to the red pill movement. I would more so see this as someone who's standing 10 toes down from their own experiences and wanting to inform others who may have or may be experiencing this right now, what she's experienced, how, what to look out for, or what, no end goal specifically. But I would definitely push for therapy. That's what I would hope to hear from her message, is to at least push people towards moving towards therapy for help.
Here's where I disagree with Jeff.
Wait, Jeff, wait, hold on. Elsa's going to go. Elsa, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, that's okay. Here's where I disagree with Jeff. And Jeff, I know you didn't want to tussle with me today, but that's okay. We will do so gently. I do see in her talks, in the few that I've seen, that she's more telling women to stand on your own, be able to stand on your own. I don't think she's completely dismissive of men. I do think she acknowledges the damage or hurt that can be done because of her experiences. But I do get from her, don't, wallow in what a man thinks about what you're doing or what you have and what you could do. Do it anyway if that's what you feel is right for your life and right for where you wish to be.
Okay. Sounds good.
You forfeiting, Jeff?
Listen, I'm too tired for tussling today. Listen, I'm too tired. Maybe some other time, but not today. Not today. Not when you got like 3 other nah, I'm good. I'm good.
I don't need anybody at my back, Jeff. I can handle it. You can bring it. Come on now. Come on now, Jeff. I'm playing with you, Jeff. That's okay. But that's the points that she make that I just said is the positive section. I just see a lot of contrast and just odd things in what she's saying from based on where she's coming from. But I do believe that she needs a little more healing, and where I would start is starting to see the good in the men that are around you, those that are right in front of you.
I agree.
Okay. I might have to contend a little bit with this. A lot. You know what? You're right in the sense that you need to get outside of your echo chamber. You need to go and experience something different, have a change in your paradigm. I think from a conversation I had yesterday, I realized that it's easier said than done when you always find that, I go to, and I think this is where she was at with it. For so many years now, she would be going from men to men to men, looking, but not finding any good guy, I suppose. So I'm not saying that what she's doing right now is correct. And now I think this is it. Now, when I listen to women talking about, the dating pool and the caliber of men and the relationships nowadays, I realize that some of us have it easier in the sense that we are lucky to have certain safeguards. We have family members, or we have friends, or we have accountability partners, or we got churches, or even this. We have taken the opportunity to make that conscious choice of taking responsibility for our decisions. Not everybody has the insight or the foresight to do that. I think what's happening is that if truly that the dating pool is skewed and the issues that are arising because women are talking at large about the things that they're going through, there has to be a rehabilitation in the culture, specifically with men. This is where I think that I could agree that men need to step up to the plate, that men need to take responsibility for their actions, that men need to stop pandering or coddling women, or they have to understand them. They have to get to a place of not using women as basically some form of a security blanket. They have to stand on their own. They have to understand that they have to work on mastery of self, not mastery of other women, because that's what she even talked about, that she said that men are taught by society that they are meant to control women. And I think there are men who are controlling in that aspect. So this is where we have to take accountability for our area, for our failings. But it's difficult. I would have to ask where she grew up in. What did she witness, like, in general? I mean, she's told us part of her story, but if I was to ever sit down with her and actually have a conversation with her, if I was to ever do it, I would imagine that she would have stories for days, and also things that she has seen from her other friends that have now reinforced this negative stereotype or reinforced this worldview that she has, unfortunately. So yeah, it's going to be difficult. It's rough. From what I'm hearing now, it's rough out here for women. It's rough.
It is. You're right. It is rough. I feel like that's not what I was about to say. What I was about to say was, do you guys think her demeanor or how she perceives things would be different if she was a Christian?
No.
Who said no?
No.
when I first logged on, because I had class earlier this morning, and I saw her speaking, and I said, you know, the first energy that came up to me was fighter, warrior, strong, you know, ready to handle battle. And I didn't know anything about her army background. I didn't know anything about, you know, this is the first time I've ever came across this lady. So being an empath, that was the energy that was shooting straight at me. I said, whoa, this lady went through some things. Like, what's going on? What's going on? So as I started to tune in more, then her story started to blossom in front of me. And then I understood, okay, she is fighting the opposing, basically her pain. She's turning her pain into profit. And I think I mentioned to Dahlia, she's transmuting her pain to help others. So this is someone who, yes, she's come from a hurt space. She's still working through that hurt, but it won't hurt to make a few coins. Yeah, this is what it is. This is life. You know, we all have to eat somehow. And this is just where she spread her table.
True. I was just wondering because I know people like to throw in the religious aspect a lot. Like, oh, if you were a Christian in the church, then you would turn out better or this way, or you wouldn't be as broken or hurt or whatever. But I do feel like people might run from the church because they're not getting fulfillment somewhere in it. I don't know. Like I grew up on Christianity, but I've kind of been studying the Bantu religion. It's an African religion. And they actually believe in the same God as Christianity. Their values are basically the same, but certain things in Christianity that we would be condemned to, I don't agree with, versus the Bantu religion. Like, if you're gay, you're going to go to hell. Versus Bantu, if you're gay, you're gay. God still loves you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have gay family members, and it's like, I don't want to conform to a religion that's going to condemn my family. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know.
Religion. Hey, there's some people that aren't Christian that are in the church.
That's true. That's true.
What was else? Elsa, did you finish?
Yeah, I'm fine. I give Jeff my time.
No, Bellatai, from what you've just said, and maybe people can also say this differently in the chat. Maybe some people are not even Christians here, but would you say that there is a level of, I don't know, comfort or validation or even love that you feel that you weren't necessarily getting when you were at your church, like when you were a Christian? Was there like this? Because you did say condemnation. Was there people gaslighting you or basically saying you're not a believer because you do this, this, and this?
It was kind of like uncomfortability, like moving at my own pace. You know what I'm saying? Like, they want you to move when they want you to move. Like, even simple stuff like, oh, it's a praise and worship song. You're not clapping. Why aren't you clapping? Why aren't you clapping? What's wrong? Why are you? Because I don't want to clap. Like, girl, maybe I'm the type of person that nods their head when the music is playing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just simple stuff that made me look at certain people in that religion like, it's not that deep. You be doing too much. Like, versus the Bantu religion, they just let you be who you are. Like how Christians be like, Christianity, they're like, come as you are. They don't really believe that. Some of them don't really believe that. And I genuinely believe that they don't believe that. They'll judge you as soon as you come through the door. You know what I'm saying? And so yeah, I have dealt with certain things like from Christians and Christianity that's kind of made me look towards my roots because I'm African American. My roots go to Africa. You know what I'm saying? Like, Christianity, people have said it's like a white man religion type thing. So I've kind of broadened my horizons as far as, well, what is there for Black people if this is a white man religion? Like, we must have our own religion if it's white, if this is white. So yeah, I have been through a little bit of things dealing with that religion and the people in it. So I can see why someone would not want to deal with it. I guess that's just like any religion. They can be hypocritical, you know? So.
Can I say something, Coach O? Okay, so this is just in response to Bellatai, what you were saying just now. I'm really sorry that you had that experience, and it really sucks because you're not the first person I've heard have those same issues. You're not even you're not even the 100th person I've heard have those same issues. And when I got saved, that's something that I had to deal with as well. And to be honest with you, a lot of times when I hear my fellow Christians hear non-believers make those same arguments that you have as far as hypocrisy or like being judgmental, they'll come back and say, oh, well, those were not real Christians. I'm going to challenge that belief and say, I don't think that's true. I think those people are real Christians. I think they are saved. And I also think that that's a sin that's still being worked on with them through the work of the Holy Spirit. We have to remember, and now I'm speaking to Christians here, we have to remember that the process of sanctification, which is the cleansing of our spirit, that's a lifelong process. It's not like you become a believer and then immediately now you're perfect. It doesn't work that way. And unfortunately, a lot of believers will do this thing where they'll encounter a new believer or like a baby believer, someone like yourself who's learning about the belief, but haven't actually accepted Jesus Christ into their hearts. They will judge them immediately and want to compare them to where they are right now and not think about what they were like when they first got saved. And it's not right. It really isn't. It is judgmental. It is hypocritical. And I would say that judgmental spirit that they hold within them, that's the part that's unchristian, and they need to go to God in prayer on that and ask them to remove that. Cut that right out of their spirit, because it's not okay. And I do think that they are hurting the testimony that they could give to people like you and show them how gracious and good that Jesus is, how good they were to them, because they are no different than you, Bellatai. They really aren't. And the only reason why we can even claim that we're so perfect and holy, whatever, is because of the work that Jesus did for us. Nothing that we did. So yeah, I'm really sorry that you had that experience. And my hope is that going forward, that you'll encounter more people who are mature Christians in the faith, who can share with you like the proper work of Christianity, because I think some of the teachings that were shared with you are not biblically accurate. So yeah.
I appreciate that.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I mean, listen, hey, I think this is always an interesting conversation when it comes to faith and stuff. I think that when it comes to the faith aspect, in terms of whether it's a white man's or black man's religion, it's always said that. But if we look at the origins of where it started from, it's actually not a white man's religion. You know what I mean? So I think that is often the case, that people try to use that as a discrediting purpose. What I would say is also, just to make it clear, there's no such thing as any other faith having the same Jesus. There's no such thing. There's only one Jesus, and that is the one of the Bible that accurately depicts who he actually is. Every other person who claims to have Jesus in it is a false one, unfortunately. I just want to keep it real, because whenever people try to say Jesus, for instance, in Islam, or the way they put him in Judaism, or the way they put him in any other faith, Bantu even, it's an incorrect depiction of who he actually is.
I said God.
Now, Christians are an issue. Sorry?
I said, just to clarify, I said God, not Jesus. Bantu, there is no Jesus.
Oh, okay. So wait, when you say God, can you clarify?
God, like,
so you can help us.
Like how the Jew, they believe in the same God as Christians, and it's just like that in Bantu. We believe in the same God, the God of everything, the God that created us all, the God that created Jesus. we believe, and I think that's why it was so easy for me to transition from Christianity to Bantu, because it's like I need some type of familiarity. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to just jump over here and it's just some foreign place. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I think it was easy, because they have the same beliefs as, and thou shalt not kill and all that. It's not set up that way. You know what I'm saying? Because it's an African religion. But they have the same principles. They believe in nature and all this stuff like that. There is no Jesus, but there is the Christian God. They believe in the same God, just like they believe in the same God that the Jews pray to. It's the same God. Just certain things as far as Christianity goes, I just like I was saying earlier, like if you're gay, you're going to be condemned to hell if you're a Christian. You know what I'm saying? Like stuff like that I don't believe in, because I don't think it's fair. Like, God is about love and stuff. They are loving someone. It's in the right age range. They're not hurting anybody. So why then in return are they going to be condemned for sharing love? That's something in the Christian faith I don't believe in. I have gay family members. There's no way I'm going to believe they're going to be condemned for loving someone. You know what I'm saying? But to say all that, we don't have a Jesus. Sorry.
That's fair. No, that's fair. That's fair. Would you, just to ask a question, is there anything that the Bantu God is not inclusive of? So is there anything that is not inclusive of? Yes.
What do you mean?
So, like, what's the let's say, for instance, I don't know if there's a heaven or a hell situation when it comes to Bantu God, whether it's reincarnation, I'm not sure. But what is what would exclude you from getting to that next stage of life?
From what I've learned, is killing someone.
Okay.
Like that's like the top of their list. Like, thou shalt not kill. Like, that's it. Like, kill somebody. Of course, they have stuff like for Christian, thou shalt not lie. If we lie, we're going to hell. But Bantu, if you lie, I mean, that's just human nature. You know what I'm saying? Like, with them, the Bantu, it's a lot with human nature. They're all about nature. Like, humans, we lie because it's just in our nature to lie. You know what I'm saying? Like, this man likes this man. I mean, what do you want us to say? You know what I'm saying? Like, no one forced him to like him. It's in his nature, like stuff like that. So it's like things that Christians would condemn you for. Bantu gives you, like, they think of it in, like, I guess, like, from a human perspective, not saying it's a pass or whatever to lie, but it's kind of like, hey, it's human nature. Like, it happens. We lied, like, even if it's a white lie, I stole your pencil, I stole some gum or something like that. And someone asks, hey, but that's the thing. Like, if we lie about stealing some gum, Christian, are we going to go to hell for that? Like, but no, to them, they're like, well, if you repent of your sins, it's just a lie. It's a lie. It's
I'm
a
not
lie.
mad at it.
It's
I'm
a
not
lie.
mad at
I
it.
just try to find a religion that will bring me closer to God without all the hurdles. Like, I don't want so many hurdles just to get to heaven. Lord Jesus, like, I just want to do right by people, do right by God. And I know Christians, they have Jesus, and he's kind of like the middleman, you know what I'm saying? Nothing wrong with that, but I don't even want the middleman. Just give me the direct source. You know what I'm saying? Like, just give me the direct source. And I know Jesus is a part of God. That's his son. I get all of that. I've been there. I already know. But Jesus came from God. So to me, God is the source. He is everything. He is everything. So I don't want no hurdles, no middleman, no nothing. And I feel like Bantu, the religion, has brought me to where I just have a direct source to God. You know what I'm saying? Like, even how they pray, They pray directly to God. They pray directly to God. Like, and I don't know, maybe because it's African also. Because, you know, I'm Black power all the way. So maybe that's another reason. I'm like, Black people. Hey. So I don't know. Sorry, y'all. I talk a lot. I'm done.
No. You're explaining your side, and I really do appreciate you sharing that. Just to maybe ease some things, right? You said a beautiful word. You said there's hurdles between, you know, getting to you and God. In fact, that wasn't the first thing you said. Actually, the first thing you said talks about was we're talking about what would send somebody to quote unquote hell. What if I was to tell you that being gay is not what sends you to hell? What if I was to tell you that lying doesn't send you to hell?
I'm
What if I was to tell you
listening.
that cheating on your wife doesn't send you to hell? What if I tell you even murder doesn't send you to hell? Those things don't send you to hell. I mean, they're part of the process. Don't get it twisted. But what sends somebody to hell is not believing in what Jesus Christ did on the cross. Because, like you were saying, Belle, right, and what we've been saying from the very beginning about what our good sis Queenmaker was saying, neither man nor woman is perfect. Now, if you want to get into heaven by your works, it don't matter whether you kill somebody or not, Belle. You're a liar. You're probably a thief like me. I'm a fornicator, so I fornicate. So I'd be a fornicator. I'm on 3 right now. Okay, all right. You know, so I'm not a perfect person. So what in the Christian faith, the only thing that's sending you to hell is not having that relationship with Jesus Christ himself. It's not having a relationship with God. Jesus is God. We talk about the Trinity, right? And so when people say that, like for instance, like Jesus is the middleman, to explain it in a better way, when we talk about Jesus, we talk about man and God, right? The duality of what he was. Now, in order to broker a deal between man and God, we have to go all the way back to Abraham to fully understand it. And I won't go too deep because I'll spend too much time trying to break it all the way down. But it's quintessentially is a beautiful story where Abraham is, you know, having communion with God. And there's a point where God tells Abraham, cut these animals, these sacrifices in half. And then I want you to walk through them. And so Abraham walks through them, right? And then he says, wait, I think the Lord sent him to wait for me, basically. Abraham falls asleep, and then a fire passes through the sacrifices. And what God was essentially saying is this: as a man, we can't broker the deal between us and God, because it takes a God to be able to broker a deal with man, because man is imperfect. What am I saying? That Jesus Christ, being God but yet also man, had to broker the deal between us and God to bring us back into reconciliation. Because the very thing that would help us to reconcile to God, Belle, me and you, couldn't do it. If you want to really have a relationship with God, you would have to give up your life. And in giving up your life, you'd also lose, because the very thing that brings payment is blood. And so the life of any animal, Leviticus tells us, is in the blood. So you would have to give up your life to pay for the sins that you've committed, which is transgressing God's law. And so the only way into heaven is to be perfect. And guess what? Me and you both ain't perfect. The people on the panel here, they ain't perfect. Queenmaker, Hardy Initiate, they ain't perfect. Your favorite pastor, whoever they are, they ain't perfect. Whatever religion's out there, they're not perfect. But the one person who said they are perfect is Jesus Christ. And he said he's perfect because he is God. And so what happens is he brokers the deal between man and God. And so what he does is he comes in the embodiment of a man in order to broker that deal, because he has to die in order to pay the price for me and you. Now, if we were to go on what your works were, Belle, you being a liar, you wouldn't be able to get into heaven. I wouldn't be able to get into heaven, because God himself is perfect and requires perfection to enter where he is. That would be the standard. And so what God says is that, okay, I see that my people can't do this. It's impossible for them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send my son, God himself, my son, and I'm going to send him, and he's going to die. And when he dies, his blood in that form of a body is going to pay the price for everybody. And so what now happens is the entry point into heaven is through a perfect person. Hebrews talks about the veil that's now become his body. The way to enter into his presence is now through having belief in who Jesus Christ is. And so that's the only qualifications. If you want the hurdle to be removed, the hurdle has been removed. Well and truly, the only thing he asks for is believe in his son. That's it. When you start there, it starts to work itself out. That's the communication that's happening. And so when we are reborn and we're given a new spirit, the Bible says our spirit communicates with the Holy Spirit, communicates the deep things of God. So the Holy Spirit now, the Bible says that Jesus Christ says, I'm not going to leave you here like an orphan. I'm going to leave you with God himself. I'm going to leave you here, not like an orphanage, because every other faith, there is no connection with God on earth like this. The one that we have, the Holy Spirit is actually here. God himself is here. And the Bible says that he even makes a tabernacle within us. So the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, they dwell within us in the Spirit. So what happens is you now can actually fulfill the law of God, not because you are good or not because I'm good, but because of who Jesus Christ is and who's in you. Christ is now in you. So now your entry point into heaven is not Bel. When you get to heaven's gates, he don't see Bel. He sees, oh, Jesus. Oh, when he sees Dahlia, oh, I didn't see Dahlia. I see Jesus. Oh, Elsid, I don't see Elsid. I see Jesus. Jeff, no, I see Jesus. Because that's who he sees. That's why greater is who is in me than is out there. So what God now sees, a father, is he sees the sacrifice that his son has done. So when you go to court and I go to court, the person who's advocating for both me and you, Bel, is Jesus. There is no better lawyer. There's no better person who can advocate. There is no one who can argue with God because nobody's perfect. So we'd all lose. But then there's somebody standing beside you saying, do you know what, my guy, I got them. Let me be the perfect advocator. I've gone there. I've seen your people them. I've become a high priest. I've died for these people. Here is a ransom. I'm putting it on the table for you. I've covered their transgressions. Today, yesterday, and tomorrow. Right? So being gay is not what's sending you to hell. What's sending you to hell is you don't believe in Jesus Christ. Being a liar is not what's sending you to hell, because we don't believe in Jesus Christ. Being a thief is not what sends you to hell. It's what's sending you to Christ. It's you not believe in Jesus Christ. We have shifted our focus to being about the grace of Jesus Christ and understanding that if I truly have Jesus Christ in me and I really have been born again and saved, he starts to speak to the areas of my brokenness. He starts to speak to the areas that don't conform to how he wants me to be. He starts to conform to he starts to speak to the places that are saying, as our Queenmaker was saying, that are our biological impulses. That doesn't mean that we don't make mistakes anymore. It doesn't mean that we don't in a sense do things wrong anymore. No, what it means is that now we have the option, a choice, and we've been given strength through the Spirit that's in us now to make the right choice that's in alignment with what he's told us to do. So just to remove that hurdle, the simple hurdle is this: believe in Jesus Christ. Believe in Jesus Christ. If anybody is telling me that they are gay and they give their life to Christ, I'll tell them, fantastic. You know what's going to happen? God is going to speak to that area. And not everybody gets a full healing. For instance, I say this sometimes, some people have mental health issues. They are going to struggle with that for life. That's not important. What's important is your soul is being saved. It's been saved. You've been reborn. You've been given his spirit. Some people are going to struggle with their addiction. Some people are going to struggle with being gay. They're going to have always have a fight in their mind in not wanting to pursuing that. Jackie Hill Perry beautifully illustrates this when she says, I still have those thoughts. Some people, it's not going to go away. They're not going to get an immediate change for them. They're going to have to sit with that, and they're going to have to contend with that, because this is what the Bible talks about. Everybody has their own iniquity, okay, that they're going to have to be fighting. Mine is lust. I'm always going to have lust. I'm going to have to fight and make sure I don't surrender to that voice. But when someone gets saved and born again, they're given the Holy Spirit. they are reborn, they have a new spirit themselves, they have what we have a new man. That spirit's been given to them, and it talks with the Holy Spirit, and they commune and they have conversations and they talk. And my spirit then goes, I want more of what the Holy Spirit is. I want more of what God is. And so the Bible tells us he's conforming us to the image of his son. We've not been left as an orphan. We've not been left alone on this earth. We've been left with God himself, the Holy Spirit. And so there is no middleman here in that sense. There's no hurdles in that sense. Going to hell because you're gay, it's not that sense, right? And I think there was one more thing that you said as well. I think you might have said, but I'm not sure. But you have a relationship with the Father because of where you sit. That's my final point, and I'll paste it here. Because of where you sit, or where I sit, let me say, for instance, for those of us who are Christians and born again, the Bible says we are seated in heavenly places. The only reason why I'm sitting in heavenly places is because who's in me? The Son, Jesus. And because of that, because he's done that work, I can now come into the presence of God. The only reason why I can come into the presence of God and have communion is because the blood that he shed covers me. I'm wrapped and enshrouded in what sacrifice he's made. And so now I can approach, the Bible says, approach the throne of his mercy with confidence, because I now know that I'm not approaching with me. I'm approaching with his son and what sacrifice he's done that now allows me to have communion and conversation and have relationship. So I have an intimate relationship with God, not just he's a God, not just he's a creator. I actually can give him a name too, and that's that name that's Jesus, that's above all names. I think that also adds that other personal aspect, because whenever we ask people, and no offense to anybody else, but when we ask people, you say you believe in a creator or the universe or a God, who are they? Who is that God that you're talking about? And if a Christian really has spent time with God and spent time with the word, spent time in prayer, spent time, understanding a relationship with him, they have a different way of describing who this God is. And this is what Corinthians talks about, that unless one has a Holy Spirit, he can't call Jesus Christ Lord. I can now describe who God is in a different way. I can say to you that I have an intimate relationship with what he's done for me, who he is, and what he's about. So let me reiterate, because I know some people are gonna miss what I'm gonna say. What sends you to hell isn't the sin. I'm not saying the sin isn't a part of it, but the price has been paid already. Jesus Christ died on the cross already 2,000 years ago. He's paid it off. All you need to do is accept that he's paid it. It's like going into a store and the storeman says to you, I've already paid for everything in the store. But if you don't accept that, then what's going to happen is, okay, fine, you want to pay it? Try and pay. But when you pay with your life. So for us as Christians, or even those who are non-Christians, the thing that's going to help you reconcile is one thing. Believe that Jesus Christ is Lord and personal Savior, because he's already paid it all. You don't need to go and crucify anything else again. You don't need to go and sacrifice anything again. You just simply need to believe. That's why Christianity is so beautiful. But just because something is, somebody says, just because something is simple doesn't make it easy, right? So it can be simple, but it doesn't make it easy. And that's the beauty of it. A lot of times people want to make religion work. I earned this, I earned that, I earned this. And the thing is, with Christianity, nobody can earn it. It's a gift. Believe. And he gives it to you and says, hey, that's it. That's the only work you can do. Believe. And then he gives you this gift of eternal life, enshrouded and wrapped in the promise of the Holy Spirit that sits inside of you. That the Bible says that he will guide you to the end destination. He's going to transport you from the kingdom of darkness to the kingdom of light. There's only one person who can do that, So again, it's about the love of God and what he has done. He's willing to sacrifice. My final point is this. He says the ultimate sacrifice of someone who loves their friends is to die for them. And I ask a question, which God out there has died for anybody here? There's only one, Jesus. So that's our position in that sense. I don't know if Belle, you're still here, if you wanted to say something back. I know I kind of went on a
I am here.
monologue.
I am here. I just want to say, I totally get where you're coming from. And somebody said something about witchcraft, and I'm just like, listen, witchcraft happens everywhere. Okay, so don't try to pinpoint it just because I'm bringing up a different religion now, because it happens everywhere. You better look it up. Also, I never said, or I never tried to make it seem like this religion is easy, because it's not easy. Just like Christianity, it's not easy. Because at the end of the day, I still have certain things to uphold by God and myself. You know, I have my own, and I don't know if this is hypocritical or not, but I do still take certain things from the Christian religion. I don't know if that's hypocritical, but I do. It is what it is. Like certain things from the 10 Commandments. You know, I think that's a perfect guide on how to live as a decent human being. You know what I'm saying? The Bantu doesn't have that. They don't have that. They just say, don't kill nobody. That's it. Don't kill nobody. But I do think the 10 Commandments is a good guide to live as close as perfect as you can, but even then we'll still slip up. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying there isn't any, this isn't an easier route to God. It's just the better route for myself personally. And I don't want anyone to you know, try to throw the book at me or whatever, because I've been there already. You know what I'm saying? I come from a Christian background. My parents are Christians. My dad goes to church every Sunday at 8:00 in the morning. So I already know. But don't condemn me for trying to, not you, but people in the comments, because I've been reading. Don't condemn me for trying to make a way for myself. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I know you were like, there's only one God. Like, who is your God? Because there's only one. And if you're saying you don't want Jesus in the middle, then who are you actually praying to? Because Jesus is God. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I mean, I can't help this religion doesn't have a Jesus. I can't help they don't have a Jesus. But from what I've learned, neither does the Jewish religion have a Jesus? Do they? I was asking because I really don't know.
In some shape or form, it depends what kind of Judaism you're talking about. If you're Jew Orthodox, or they have kind of different sects when it comes to it. But
right,
some Jews will not believe.
I only asked that to make my point, as in, if I was in the Jewish community, I feel like I wouldn't get condemned the same way. I really feel that way.
They condemn them the same way. I can't lie to you.
What'd you say?
There's beef between Jews and Christians. There's beef. I can't lie to you. There's beef.
Don't try to.
I don't mean that in a bad way, but
don't try to sabotage my point. God dang it!
There's beef with them amongst themselves.
I was just trying to bring a different perspective, y'all.
Which is full war.
No, listen, Belle. I'm not even.
I'm telling you. So
I wasn't even condemning you at all. Rather that you brought up some good points, and it just made me rethink about some things, because I think, and maybe I wanted to be more in a more asking section of situation, because, for instance, you mentioned something which is really powerful. You said you might take some things from Christianity because Bantu doesn't have that, and then I wanted to ask the question: why doesn't Bantu have that? And why did you feel comfortable enough, and not in a bad way, just asking the question to understand what your perspective is, to take from Christianity to bring it to Bantu? Wouldn't that mean now that you are adding to that particular God and saying he's not enough and that his rules are not enough? So I'm going to borrow from this God, I'm going to bring it to here, which would inadvertently, wouldn't that mean that he's not sufficient in what he gave you as a religion or a faith? I hope that made sense.
I understand what you're saying. That's why I was like, I hope I don't sound like a hypocrite by saying I won't follow the Christian. Like, I'm not a Christian, but I'll take some of what you guys believe in. I hope I don't sound like a hypocrite, but hey, it is what it is. And that's why also earlier I said the Bantu believe in the same God as the Christian God, and it's like I don't want to add Jesus in it, because I feel like adding Jesus in it, it kind of makes my point unheard in a way, because in the Christian you connect the two, you know what I'm saying? They're one and the same. So it's kind of like, how can you have one without the other, you know? But in my mind, since they're the same thing, like I celebrate the same God you celebrate, I feel like I should be able to take from that religion, you know what I'm saying? Because it's from the same God that I'm worshiping, you know what I'm saying? So if God is giving me Christianity, and if he's giving me Bantu, I don't think he's necessarily like not giving me enough out of one religion than the other, because I have both. I can take from both. They're from the same God. You know what I'm saying? Just like Judaism. The Jewish, they believe in the same God as the Christians. So why, when Bantu says it, it's an issue? Why is it an issue when we say it? Only difference is we're African. We're black. We are black. Not even trying to throw race into it, but that's it. That's literally the only difference. We all worship the same God. Literally. I bet Jewish people are going to heaven. I bet they're going. I bet they're going. But like you said, depending on the type of Judaism, some of them don't even have Jesus in there. But I'm sure they still going to heaven. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I don't know. I know that the Bantu, it's opened my mind a lot. And people think because it's not Christianity, it's such a negative thing. It's such a negative thing. I'm like, yo, everything is a negative. So like people throwing in witchcraft, what are you doing that for? Like, it's a lot of people that do witchcraft, even people that claim to be Christians. I'm sure they do witchcraft too. But you wouldn't know because they're not gonna come out and say it. You know what I'm saying? So I think people need to be a little more open-minded, less judgmental. I'm not judging you for being a Christian. We all going to heaven. What you mean? Meet you there? Because hey, just because I practice the Bantu religion doesn't mean I'm not gonna meet you in heaven. I'm gonna be there. Sorry. I'm gonna be there. Might be on the other side, but I'll be there.
Belle, can I ask a question?
Of course.
Is L. Based on what you said, it seems like the interaction or the judgment of people in the church did turn you off or away. And it seems like maybe those people's application of religion and the Bible is what turned you away, not necessarily the religion itself.
Yeah, I agree with that, because I do feel like Christianity, with all religion, there's good and bad to it, you know? I'm not trying to be like, oh, Bantu is the way to go. Like, there's bad in it too, just like Christianity. But I feel like people don't want to admit that Christianity can have some bad parts to it. But hey, it is what it is. But yeah, the people definitely can. They did deter me a little bit, but I mean, it hasn't led me astray. You know what I'm saying? Like, it hasn't led me further away from God. It's actually brought me closer, you know? So
I hear and understand what you're saying. I have been kind of in your shoes until I had to realize, why am I listening to those people? They do not cover me. They do not, how can I say, they are not the bread I eat or the air I breathe.
I agree, and that's why
I'm a dismissive person.
Oh. So
that's where I come from. So that's why I would let it roll off of me more often than not. I don't think that is where you're coming from. But I just would like you to don't or get to a place where you don't allow people to push you away from where you want to be.
I agree, and I appreciate that. And I don't think they've pushed me, and that's what I was trying to say. I don't think they've pushed me any further away from God. You know, I actually think I became closer to God in the way they've treated me in my interactions with them. But I can't deter my own belief system, just like you won't deter yours. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure if someone came up to you right now and was trying to convert you over to Bantuism, you'll be like, nah, I'm good. Like, you know.
See, I don't. I'm a curious mind, and I have
Me too, girl.
studied. I have studied or done the equivalent of studying different religions where they come from a collegiate aspect. So I understand, and I do understand you're on a journey, and it's also that journey is self-discovery.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you, Courtney.
Oh gosh. First of all, it's nice to be up here with you guys speaking. This is my first time doing StreamYard, so but I think that's really, is it Bella? I don't know. Bellatai? Is that your name?
Yes.
I think that's really wonderful. As far as you say, Bantu religion.
Yes, ma'am.
I think that's like really awesome. Um, Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. It's my first time doing this. Like as far as with me, like my beliefs, because I'm like to question stuff and analyze stuff. Sorry, do I sound okay? Or
Yeah, you sound great.
okay,
You're good.
because I'm on an earpiece. Okay, um, just like to question things, like how we were like taught about God and Christianity. Like I put in the chat about like Christianity. I don't think that's the only pathway to find God. Like I don't, there's just many different ways like you can find God. It's not just through Christianity. I think that's how like we were indoctrinated. Because if you think about religion, it's all man-made. Like if you think like the beginning of the earth, there probably wasn't a Bible that came later. So it's like, or even like what we think God is. For all we know, God could be, I don't know, aliens. For all we know, we just, I don't know if I'm like making any sense or anything. Like, you just question stuff like in the Bible.
Yeah.
I don't think it's complete BS what's in the Bible, but I mean, basically it's who was it, King James, and I guess like he had a bunch of people from like Cambridge and different universities to interpret the Bible from what like Aramaic and Hebrew and stuff like that. Basically, it's their interpretation of what God. And I think, to be honest, you don't really need to necessarily go through that because that's their interpretation of what God said. I mean, just like God could speak to them, they could speak to us. All we have to do is probably get quiet and meditate, and God could speak to us directly. That's why I never understood, like in Catholicism, like with the confessional, going in there and you're going to this man. I guess he's supposed to be, uh, a go-between God and to speak to this person, to God, like, oh, forgive me, Father, for I've sinned. I don't know. That just stuff never made sense to me. It's like you can speak to God directly.
Courtney, you explained why I had detention many a time in my Catholic school.
Really? Yes.
I didn't understand why I had to tell this human being my secret, someone of the land, when I wanted to keep my secret secret.
Right, exactly. Yes. I don't know. I've always just like questioned stuff about religion. I think it's fascinating, the whole conversation about it.
I think it's
But
natural to question things we can't see. I think
right.
it's natural. Hey.
It's just like the whole concept of God being male. Like God, like I think I wrote that in the chat, God's a spirit. It's neither male nor female. I mean, not to be crass or anything. Have we ever seen God's penis? How do we know he's a male? or if God had a vagina. It's not. We don't know. To be honest, we don't know if any of this stuff is real that we believe in. I think it's gives us a sense of comfort that there's more to life than just sleep, eat, take a poop, or whatever. Like there's more to it than just the mundane. Just kind of, it gives us a sense of, I don't know, that there's more to this life than like it gives us, I guess, like purpose or meaning.
Yeah, I agree.
Which, I mean, listen, I hear you 100%. And
What is it?
I get your, your apprehensions, maybe about the faith. And I'll be honest with you, I can never convince anybody about what the actual truth is, in terms of what faith,
Mhm.
whether Jesus Christ is convincing somebody to change their ways or change their thought process. The Bible says, apologies, sorry. The Bible says that's what the gospel does. That's what the Holy Spirit does through the gospel. What I would say is, even just to bring a perspective, like for instance, like you said, how do we know that God is a male? Maybe that's an issue for some people. The Bible says that male and female He made them. You didn't. Me and you did not come before God. We are not the originators of male or female. That's an idea that God brought first. The reason why people have an issue with potentially God being male is because we're looking at it as we were first before God. We were not. We were created in His image, man and woman, male and female. So in some essence, if we were to say anything, God would be male or female, but He's a spirit. The male or female deduction is because when Jesus Christ came on earth, He came in the form of a man. The issue is sometimes we're looking at it from the perspective of man looking at God. It's God looking at man. We didn't create the subsection of man and woman. He created that. So
Do you
when He
think?
creates that, yes, go for it.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's right. No, that's right. That's right.
With Jesus, like Jesus being real, has anybody ever found Jesus' remains, like his crypt or where he was buried?
They found where He was buried, where He was buried in terms of his tombstone, but He ascended, so His body isn't here.
Where did it ascend to?
Heaven.
How do we know?
Or to be with God. That's what Scripture tells us.
Well, that's what
The
Scripture
Scripture tells
tells us.
us
How
that
do
He
we
ascended.
know? Have any of us been up to heaven to see Jesus up there?
No, we haven't.
So how do we
We
know?
haven't.
That's what I'm saying. That's why we question stuff. How do we know? We're just going off of what someone told us, but we won't know until we get there.
Yeah.
So we have
So,
faith.
so I think. Sorry.
Faith is,
Mm-hmm.
what they say, faith is to believe in things that, aren't seen or whatever. Like how we have faith in God. We're going to be honest, none of us probably ever really seen God, but we have faith that God exists. Same thing with Jesus. But we don't know. None of us really know.
So this is not my expertise area in terms of proof through sciences and historical evidence. There are Christians who actually are really good at that, who actually break down historical sciences, who will run through that, be able to talk about those aspects in terms of if you want physical evidence. So that one, I can tell you that if you want to add that idea, there are some Christians who are hot on that, and they will break down from a scientific, historical perspective to give you the actual evidence. What I would say is, when we say, obviously, how do we know in terms of God? It's all, again, faith is all about the belief system. So the question here is, obviously, for instance, right? We have, as Christians, when we get born again, we have the Holy Spirit, and He gives us what I call the knowing. And the knowing is, when someone loves you. You ever been in love before, Courtney?
Yes.
How do you know they were in love with you?
Oh, well, I mean, usually through actions. Their actions, how they.
But how do you know that love actually really exists? How do you know that's not another form of a word? Why is it love?
You had a point there. I mean, how do we know any of this stuff really exists? You know how they talk
My
about like the
point.
matrix, right?
Yep. So
Like time, how they say time doesn't,
go on.
it's a construct. Time.
Construct.
How do we know if time exists? For all we know, we could be living in 1492, but we think we're in what, 2023. You know what I mean? It's like we were told today is like, what is it, December the 14th, 2023. But it could be December the 14th, I don't know, like I said, 1492 or something. Like none of this stuff we know really exists. It's like, the eyes can be deceiving. I mean, I know it's like, I guess, what am I trying to say? Like I said, it's like the Matrix, basically. I don't know. Remember that part in the Matrix where the guy, I think he was eating the steak, and he says, "I know this isn't real, but it tastes so good," or something like that. It's been a while since I've seen the movie. Yes.
I do remember Matrix.
A lot of this stuff is illusion. A lot of this stuff is illusion. But I think it's like what I said about the God, because that always in Genesis, I can't remember what chapter, what verse, but the one like, "Let us make man in our image," and I always wonder who is our, like who are the other people? I know Christianity will say the Trinity. That's what we said. It's the Trinity. How do we, how do we know? It could have been, you hear about all the stuff like the Anunnaki and all these different life forms that have been coming to our planet for thousands of years. I mean, they have like pictographs, pictures and cave walls going back, ancient Egypt, where they have flying saucers and stuff like that. I know this sounds like way out there, but like, who's to say? Maybe those are our gods. Who knows? We don't know. I mean, just something to think about. Because it never really says, because there were books that were taken out of the Bible. The original, the King James version has only 66 books. I know, how was it? I think the Ethiopic Bible has what, like 88? There's so many other books that were taken out of the Bible. And I always like question, like, okay, if this is God's word and God's word shouldn't be tampered with, then why are, people tampering with the Bible, certain things? And then even just like this whole thing with the roles of women, there's probably women probably play a lot greater role in the Bible than we'll ever know, but we don't know because they took that out of the Bible on purpose. Like the Vatican and, so, it's like we're only, we're having faith in half truths in order to get the complete. It's like looking at a puzzle with pieces missing. It's like we have to be diligent enough and to go out there to look for the missing pieces to complete the puzzle, to just get a full picture.
So, I mean, again, I think those questions can actually be answered. Again, I'm not probably the best person to answer it in its fullness, but you're talking about things like the Council of Nicaea and why they chose to have those particular books in the way they were. If you go deeper into it, there's researchers who talk about the deep, insightful work they had to do to make sure that the books corresponded and that certain books didn't correspond. Because again, the books had to lead. One thing that Jesus Christ said, the scriptures, when you search the scriptures, not knowing that each scripture is about me. And so the scriptures had to relate back to who Christ essentially is, who he is, which is God. But there are other people who can answer this question far more depth and with far more evidence as well. These questions actually have been answered, I'll be honest with you, by Christians. They actually have answered these questions, and who are scientists, who are historians, and they will actually answer those questions. So if those are the questions that you have about in terms of the historical evidence, promise you, Google is your best friend. The Christians will prove that for you. My expertise is more in the theology aspect in terms of what's in the word and why it said what it said. But there's something that you said, there's something that, was pretty powerful, which is, I tell people that, for instance, when you talk about women's roles and stuff and understanding, and I think Queenmaker was actually on to something when she was speaking about this, because when we describe who the Holy Spirit is, the helpmeet, which is what we describe women to be. The Hebrew word does translate to warrior. I've heard this, right? And so, yes, there is, it can be looked upon that a woman's role has been quote unquote diminished in the word, in that case, if you want to call it that. I would say that, God was dealing with a culture and the people that he was with at that time, and he dealt with men predominantly when he wanted to set precedents for changing the culture of the people that he was trying to reach. And the funny thing is, we've not left that same place. In order to bring change, you need to speak to the men. Nothing
I
has
can agree with
changed.
that. Yeah, I can
You
agree.
know,
That's interesting to think that in however many centuries it hasn't changed from that paradigm, you know. And I
that's the
think
way
there
God
is
had it.
a cultural shift, as far as like, I don't know, maybe this is ushering, because we've been under patriarchy for so long, and I'm not anti-patriarchy. Um, I do feel it's imbalanced, though. You can just look throughout history in the world, there's no balance. And well, just basically, I think with like males, I think like it's time for them to tap into, I know this is insane probably, that because we all have divine masculine and divine feminine energy. To tap into that divine feminine, most males, they're repulsed by feminine energy, to be honest. I mean, yeah, they like women. Well, I mean, they like women as far as like on the physical, like sexual, carnal, but as far as like the essence of a woman, they really don't fathom it, or they really don't appreciate it, or they diminish it because of like patriarchal brainwashing and stuff. And they don't realize that's part of like they hating a part of themselves too, because that's a part of them. So, if they just, showed appreciation for that part of them that they kind of brush off or see as weak, because that's another thing. This perception that just the masculine is strong and like the feminine is weak, that's bull. I mean, that's, it's bull crap, basically. There's power in the feminine as well. It's not the same as the male, but it's still powerful. Like in the world, like we've been brainwashed to see the feminine as weak, and it's not. So, maybe this is a direction, I guess, for to go more towards the divine feminine. That's what the whole thing about Jesus coming back. I never believed it in the sense like a person actually coming back, but more so a Christ consciousness is coming back. And I think we're seeing this like with, I guess, what they say in New Age, the age of Aquarius. This conscious, the whole, like what we're doing now on the internet. You're in the UK, I'm assuming, right? Yeah, you're in the United Kingdom. I'm here in America, that global, be able to use the internet. Who would have thought to use the internet to be able to connect with different people in different parts of the world? Like I said, it's pros and cons to everything. Yeah, like with the internet, there's, you know, it's a tool basically, just like a gun or anything. It's a tool. It's your intentions for why you're using the thing. So, you can use it, for bad, or you can use it for good, but it's, you have to use it wisely, of course. And yeah, so
Go for it, Jeff. You want to say something?
Yeah, something that Courtney kind of touched on in regards to, the viewpoint of masculinity being seen as strong and femininity is being seen as weak. I'm somewhat in agreement with that. I think it's like there has to be a change towards that thought process. I think a couple of months ago I came up with this analogy that think of, to be honest, I never really understood this whole idea of what masculinity is and femininity is. I just thought about just simply being a good person, being a good human being with emotions, and just have self-control with that. But if we're talking about the divine masculinity and divine femininity, I would say masculinity is like it's like having a balance between both of them is like a water bottle. The bottle is masculinity and the water is femininity. The bottle, like masculinity, it provides structure and shape, whereas femininity, I guess it provides like the water, it provides that calmness, it provides that nourishment or refreshing. I think what happens is when you have one without the other, women who, if you only have the feminine and you don't have the masculine, you will view the masculinity like, oh, it's artificial, it's plastic, it hasn't got any life, like the bottle. And for the masculine people who only have masculinity, you see femininity as chaos without shape or form. You have to have a balance between the two. You have to have an understanding of self-control over your emotions. And I think for so long, the fact that women for a long time have not been seen as valuable in the macro sense. I'm not trying to pander, but I think this could also be whether it's due to cultural upbringing, attitudes, and what is displayed on television a lot. I think we're now coming to a head where these conversations need to be had, where we start talking about what is the proper balance. How should men be viewing women? And like Culture said before, what does it actually mean for men to love women and women to love men? Because truly, I don't think people really understand what love actually is. I don't think that they have a proper definition, much less the application to really understand what it means to love each other. And that's all I want to say towards that.
I can agree with that. Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. We're both. I mean, men and women, we're both. We both have masculine and feminine energy, and we both need to get in touch with that. Like what you're we're agreeing with what I now as far as with what Princella said. It could very well come from a place of trauma. I mean, we all have trauma, every one of us. But and I've listened to her, and some of the stuff that she says about as far as males, I can agree with that toxic. A lot of, not all men, but unfortunately, a lot of men think being a real man is identifying with the dark sideness of masculinity, like the toxic masculinity. You know, you go online with some of these spaces, they think paying a woman a compliment or treating a woman, as with civility is simping. I'm like, that's crazy. How is treating someone with courtesy and, with kindness and dignity that just happens to be a female is considered simping? And these men seek validation from, I think there's a lot of men that have father wounds as well as women. Because when I think back how like a lot of men follow Kevin Samuels, it was kind of indicative of like they didn't have a father figure. It's like they were looking for a father figure or any of these like, I guess like red pill manosphere kind of guys. Like they were looking for a father figure in these, yeah, I don't know, cult leaders basically. It's kind of like a cultish kind of following because, a lot of men and women, usually they blame women, I guess, for having daddy wounds. They're like if she, comes a stripper or something. But nobody questions like a guy that becomes a pimp and think maybe he had daddy's wounds or why else would he want to exploit women, So I don't know. So I don't know if anybody wanted to.
No, sorry, I was eating my food there. But so yeah, thank you for sharing that. I think so. I always say this as well that with Christianity and faith, and even what Queenmaker is kind of saying, all that as well, that pain and hurt is a very sellable product. In Christendom, it's profitable. Outside in the trenches in the world, it's profitable. Pain is marketable. And the reason why, the interesting thing for me is that listening to Queenmaker and her philosophy, there's a lot of great points that she made in terms of her philosophy. And actually some things that I've considered that, as men, we probably need to uptake and go on forth and prosper. And so I don't necessarily disagree with a lot of her points. I think just like anything else, I'm always cautious when those points then lead somewhere else, and the results are not about the unity, but a separation. Because if it leads to separation, it tells me that the spirit behind that it's not going to be love and unity. And the Bible tells us that in perfect love there's no fear. And when something's operating from a space of fear, it normally leads to separation, right? It normally leads to division. It normally leads to us parting our ways rather than there being a unification. In reality, both men and women need each other. Nobody's better than the other. What I will say is, though, as men, I believe we have a greater responsibility because as a man, the Bible puts us in the position of what Christ is who loves the church. This is why I say I believe Christianity has a perfect rendition of what a man should be and what he should do when it comes to relationships. I don't think there's anybody better. Because when he talks, when people really dig into what Christ was doing for the bride, and as a man, you're saying to me that you are a man who loves somebody, there's a standard you have to apply, right? There's a standard you have to apply, and the world has certain aspects of those standards that have become the norm, right? And someone might say it's more biological than anything. That's cool. It can be biological too, but we'd all be aggrieved if a woman jumped in front of a man and protected him from a bullet. We'd be like, what the hell? You jumped in front of the man and took the bullet instead of your man jumping in front of you and the family? Because we expect men to lead and we expect them to protect, right? We expect those things, right? There's no greater honor than you to sacrifice yourself for your friends, to love in that particular way. It's the greatest thing you can do when it comes to love, to sacrifice yourself for those you say you love. That's the standard, right? The second thing that, Bible talks about is that the man should love the wife as he loves himself. Okay? That's no Buddha or nobody else. That is God himself saying he should love the wife as if he loves his own body. So, because that's how Christ loves the body. He loves it as if it's himself. Sorry. And so that's another standard. A man should be loving a woman essentially like he loves himself. And if we're not seeing those things, we've got to ask some questions, right? It talks about how even when it's about submission, there's two different ways that we actually submit, right? I submit by loving you first. There are times where I'm gonna be looking at you like this girl is crazy, okay? And but I don't. In that moment, I don't have to start turning off my love. In that moment, I need to love you through those moments because I'm committed to you. And the same thing for women too, is to submit, because those are the two things that men and women find the most difficult. They find it the most difficult. Men find it difficult to love. Not that they can't love, not that they're incapable of love. They find it more difficult to show that love. And women find it more difficult to submit. Yet in their own groups, both these parties can men submit to other men very easily, without question, and women love other women without question, because it's your greatest skill set. The two are needed. They need to be intertwined. Hence why I said, if people read the scripture very carefully, Genesis 1 compared to Genesis 2 is not the same. Genesis 1 deals with creation. Genesis 2 deals with formation. So in Genesis 1, he says, male and female, I created them. It's Genesis 1:26. You know what I mean? So he creates male and female. He then forms man in Genesis 2, which means he gives him form. He breathes air. He breathes life. And then he forms him out of the clay. It's completely different. So when we're saying that, yes, a man came first. Yes, he did. But the idea of a woman was not a second idea. He always had that in mind, because male and female, he created them. Because in a sense, the male and female encapsulates who he is. right? It's a shard of who God is. He's, you know what I mean? Like, calling God male or female in that instance kind of limits him anyway. But I'm just saying in that sense, just giving an idea. It's an idea that he brings, right? And so in that instance, in Genesis 2, he forms man. And then he takes a rib out of man and brings woman to the man. And then man then names woman and says, bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. Because before then, it says God saw it was not good for man to be alone. It wasn't even Adam. It wasn't even the man himself who said, well, I don't need to be alone. He didn't even realize he's here doing his own thing. It said God saw it not fit that he had no help. He had no perfect helper. And so when that time came, the man declared, this is the one. Bone of bone, flesh of my flesh. And then it says, two shall become one. And that means mentality linking up. We're gonna have different mindsets, but we're gonna be unified in our goals, and we try to, hit our target. So it's, again, when we really put into perspective what God has asked for between men and women, the reason why people might be angry at the church, or even not even angry, maybe say disappointed in what the church sometimes preaches, is because oftentimes men preach from a very biased perspective without actually there being some form of balance. My role is not to disempower you. My role is to empower you. I said this, Ephesians 5 talks about how man and woman are. I'm supposed to, and I think it was Yada talk kind of said it a little bit. I think a little bit as well. Pastor Tim said this as well in the video with Queenmaker. But in reality, as a man, I'm supposed to pour into you. I'm supposed to spend my time pouring into you. I'm supposed to pour into you mentally, physically, financially, sexually, mentally. I'm supposed to pour into you. Because when I pour into you, you present multiplication. I don't want to play your role because I can't do better than you. You understand what I'm saying to you? So when a man is focused on loving and caring for his family, he actually does well for that family, because the woman ends up receiving, because the divine feminine, if you want to call it that, is blessed in receiving and multiplying. So if I'm doing my job well, I need to be making sure that I'm imputing in you. This is why we have now what Queenmaker is, because a man did impute in her, but he imputed negativity. He imputed hurt, pain. He's imputed these negative aspects, and now we're getting a result of that. So that's why I said that in the end, men will complain about women in the society, but in reality, we're also still part of the problem. Because first and foremost, what man didn't do their job? What man did not input and feed correctly the body? Because the Bible says that Christ is the head and we are the body. We are the bride. He is the bridegroom, and the bridegroom feeds the body. What person wants to be strong and doesn't feed the body correctly? If you want to be fit, you feed the body correctly. And that's why the Bible says he washes us through the word. There is a need to feed the wife, the woman, correctly, so that she can bring forth in a relationship and community. When you remove a man and you remove the men that are in that space who are going to do the right thing, what happens is carnage. It's carnage. So that's why we're seeing what we're seeing, is because we're looking for people to stand in the gap. But when nobody stands in the gap, wolves come in. And they do what they do best, which is ravenous destroying. And that's what we call Satan. That's to seek, kill, and destroy. And so we have a duty as men. I agree with where Queenmaker is, and other people have said it. There's a higher mandate on men. If anything, we should be saying there's a higher mandate on men, and that we should be saying to them, you should be looking at a woman X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be looking at it, by the way,
Yeah. But I think, well, the thing is, people, but since we're talking about men can be kind of stubborn. And it seems like even like men that are wise, that have wisdom, even, well, you can't save everybody, but it seems like certain men are kind of stubborn and kind of obstinate, like to change, because the male nature is to uphold the status quo. That's why men still cling to patriarchy, even though patriarchy has did a number on men as well as women, but they'll hold on to it because with the men, it's all about control and having power. That's why some men like the idea of having uh, like a wife and children. Well, I'm not saying that's the case for all men, but certain men get off an idea of having a wife and children because that way they can have power over someone they perceive as weaker than them. So it's like that's not the case for all men, but the men that didn't do the work or that haven't evolved, it's like they're power tripping and stuff, you know. And usually men that are, are like they want power. It's usually because they've felt powerless or they're disenfranchised. Usually those are the ones that want power the most, I've noticed. And it seems like that's the case with a lot of these men. Like if you're going online with Manosphere and Red Pill, usually these guys are like, whether they lack resources or something internally where they feel less than powerful. That's why they want to feel, I don't know, just a sense of feeling. And maybe that's just natural in the man's nature to want to conquer, because you can look all throughout history, like men, it doesn't matter of, race or anything. They go to different territories around the world and they conquer. That's the nature of man, to conquer. But really, and there's nothing wrong with it, because you do see in society where it's benefited, but then you also see where it's done like a lot of harm to other people on a large scale. But really, and I think I've even heard Princella mention this, really, because I know men are external, women are internal. Really what it is, I think in the case with men, they need to take that conquering nature and turn it within to conquer the nature within. And that's how they can evolve or elevate, really. Because I think, well, we all have that be still nature, but like men are more closer to it than women are. Women, I think, not to say like men are animals or whatever, but you can kind of like see they're more closer to that. What's that? I guess, was that the sacral energy, or like the carnal, the earthly, just kind of nature? Not to say women aren't, but we're more closer to the God nature. I remember my father saying this about like women, not to say men aren't spiritual, women are spiritual, and men are more, not to say they can't be spiritual, but they're more physical. Like men are the more external world. If you hear about what matters to men the most, it's about what's out in the external. Men are more internal. I mean, women are more internal. So it's more closer to that God self. And I think that's why it seems like that's why men probably on an unconscious level seek to be with women, because that's the closest that they'll get to God. Like the woman is like, I don't know, how do I say this? Sorry, I'm not the most like articulate. Like the closest to get to God. And that's through the union with the woman. That's how the closest thing they can get to God is through the woman. Yes, that's where men are primal, right? Men are closer to their primal nature than women. That makes sense. Not to say women aren't primal, but men even more so. And that's the closest thing that they can get to God is through the woman, because she's kind of like the gateway. I mean, if you think about it, like women giving birth to children, she is like the gateway from the spirit world to this physical world. Through her body, she's like a vessel, you know. So, not to say men couldn't tap, but it's kind of a little harder for men than it is for women, because we're already kind of like what my dad said, women are more spiritual, men are more physical kind of oriented. So sorry, I don't mean trying to explain this. Yeah.
We're listening and talking. You're good. You're good. I mean, listen, yeah, I mean, I think there are a lot of men, that may find it easier to, to go away from God in that sense. And
that's why the Bible, if you think about it, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. You think about it, like what Princella said, and that's true. And it makes sense. The Bible really was, men talking more so directed towards men. They weren't even thinking about women really. We were like an afterthought if we were even a thought at all. Only thing is, women to just be quiet and mind the man like we're children. And, that's problematic too. I feel like a lot of men want to treat grown women like we're children, like in the religion, like women are supposed to be quiet, serve the man, and, kind of like a child to be seen and not heard, like basically children with breast. And it kind of infantiles women and, just a lot of bad program. I think the reason why we have this gender warring stuff is because it's just a lot of bad programming on both sides, brainwashing, and stuff. And really, I don't know. A lot of men deep down inside are probably afraid of women, not from a physical standpoint per se, but like what's inside of women because, what we're capable of, you know. Um, that's why they go so hard to try to create these laws, men that are in, these positions to pass these laws, they create these laws to take away rights for women or to bind women back is because, they know like if we had any no impediments, like we would surpass a lot of men, not because we're better than them, but because I don't know, like I said, I feel like a lot of men deep down inside are intimidated or afraid of women, you know. So um I don't know, but yeah, like I said, this is just I mean, they're not afraid in the physical sense, but it's weird. It's like men complain about women having too high standards and stuff. And it's like, why is it so hard for them? We were taught men are, superior, but why is it hard to reach a woman's standards, right? Because I thought women were supposed to be weaker, but it's just, it's for women, it's a breeze to kind of go through, to do it. So I don't know. I do think we do need each other, but I think a lot of men like uh, need women more than you know. I have to say we don't need men, but I feel men need women more than we need men because, um, I mean, if you think about it, we outlive men by I don't know how long, and men are the ones that feel threatened when women, say I'm, independent. It's like they don't want women to be independent. They want women to, I don't know, it's like women, we need each other, but men really need women to survive, really. Like when you mentioned about the Bible, like man was not made to be alone. How many women have been alone for years and they still keep going because women aren't, I don't know, in just a lot of ways, women are just from nature, from babies, male baby, like boy babies and girl babies. Um, we're just resilient. We may not be physically stronger than men, but in a lot of ways we're resilient. Like men really need women to survive. Like you can all throughout nature. To be honest with you, I mean, we are each other's helpmate, but really, to be honest with you, I think the man was made to be the helpmate for the woman more so than it was for the woman to be the helpmate for the man, really, because women pretty much can thrive on their own, really. I mean, you think about a married couple where the husband predeceased the wife, and both of my grandmothers are still living, both their husbands. My grandfather's, been dead for years now, and they're still here. So it's like,
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I would say that, I think I wouldn't say anybody needs the other more than the other. I would say that both parties need each other equally. I
Yeah,
think
I know we
there's
do. Yeah, but it just seems like, do you notice that how women seem to, okay, like when I mentioned about how men complain about women being independent. It's like, oh, you don't need a man. Why does that bother somebody? I mean, yes, I get human beings, we're all interdependent on one another. But why should it bother men if women are independent? Wouldn't you want that? And some, in case something happened to you, the woman be able, if y'all were together, she'd be able to handle, you know, take care of herself. She wouldn't fall to pieces and stuff. I don't know why that seems like it on a deeper level, why that bothers men. If women, could say, you know, I may want you, but I don't need you. It's like I can still thrive. It's not like a shot at men or anything, but it's like there's women, I don't know if you've heard of the Delaney sisters in America. They were sisters and they lived well past, I guess, 100. They were African American. Both of those sisters, they never married. So, I mean, they never were married to a man. And as far as I know, they weren't of the XYZ, but they lived well past 100. So it's like, I don't know. Like I said, we need each other, but, statistically, don't they say men that are in relationships tend to live longer, whereas the woman, like her life force gets taken away, whereas with women who never get married, her life force is so like women have to, in a lot of cases, I guess with these women, a lot of these men are been uh, programmed not to carry their weight. Not all men, but and so they take. That's why probably women are fed up. They take too much from women and they don't give back enough, or they don't help out enough. A lot of men have not been conditioned to be partners in a way women have, in a sense. And you can see that. That's why the divorce rate is so high. That's what I mean about that nurturing side. I wish they had never, brainwashed, boys don't cry, they don't tap into that feminine, that nurturing nature, and stuff like that. A lot of times women can't get that emotional support from men. I mean, they, like you said, men, they relate, but they don't dwell on it. Like they'll try to find a solution and stuff. But sometimes, sometimes you need to be emotional in that moment. You can't, necessarily be kind of, I don't know, kind of how men are, um, kind of stoic, you know. So that's why women go to other women. That's why you have chick flicks, women get together, like, so, um, so yeah, because I think, we relate to each other better, women relate to women, men relate more to men, kind of. Like, because you think we've been around each other for how many years and we still don't know how to relate to each other? It's like, what's the roadblock? Men and women have been around each other for I don't know how many years and we still don't understand each other. Like, it shouldn't have taken this long to relate to each other. Why is it
yeah. I
taking
mean,
this long? Anybody question that?
I,
Yeah.
I, I mean, I think just going back to your original point. Um, I definitely hear what you're saying. I think there's a lot of conjuncture and, for instance, like say, okay, let's say for instance, we know that women surpass men. The stats are, that when they're married, women tend to last longer. Men tend to die out earlier. Nobody took into consideration the aspects of what happens when you have to work and put your body on the line, as to how that affects you and why that maybe the body reacts the way it does. Maybe that's a part of it. Maybe it's not. What I would say though, in respect to both men and women is, and that's why God is so powerful, because He made sure you gonna need me and I'm gonna need you. Because if you stay in your communion of women, the other day I did a video on Ashanti, and was it not women telling me, but you don't understand that the necessity of a woman to want to have a child, and the fact that she has the need to want to have birth. Well, you can't do that without me. That's a need. So inevitably, like I said, whether you put man or woman separate, they're going to need each other. I'm going to need you. Now, the key part of this is that for us as men, absolutely right, patriarchy, an aspect of it is the fact that we have had women center their lives around men. I believe that's beginning to have a change, a change that's beginning to take place. That women don't have to center their lives around men. And I would agree with this, actually. At first, I didn't fully understand it, so I fought against it. But as I took some more time into it, I actually get it, I understand that there's an aspect of, changing that you don't center your whole entire life around men. Now, what that means is the next generation, maybe even two, will have to die out because the current crop of men will find someone who will do it. So it's something that people have to be dedicated to. Hence why some people get to a point where they get a little bit older and like, well then, I have to cave in. And then when you cave in, the sermon's off point, you're desperate, you choose the wrong kind of guy. In reality, men as a society as a whole have had women center men around them. That is a power dynamic. That is a blessing for us as men who have had it that particular way as a society, and it's beginning to shift. Now, as it's beginning to shift, a lot of men are struggling with this idea of the shift. And the reason why is because the centering of men in a relationship between men and women meant we didn't have to grow. Now that women are stopping to center us from the conversation, it might take a generation or two, but they are going to learn that they're going to have to put in more input to go and collect. Right? So we're going to have to grow and improve, and we're going to ask of men to improve in a particular way that they haven't done before in order then to go and procure a woman, because they're going to require X, Y, and Z. In between that time, though, there is going to be some suffering.
Yeah, I've noticed
There is
that.
going to be some suffering,
Yeah, it seems like a lot of these males, out of desperation. I don't know if you've heard like passport bros that go to these countries. I just read an article the other day of this Asian guy. He went down to Colombia and he was abducted and killed. The whole passport bro going over there for, I don't know if you're familiar with that, are you? Yeah, the sex pats, right? Going over there, to go and get wives, so they say. Really, they're going over there for something else. And, they're getting killed left and right. And I never understood that with men. Why would you keep going, putting yourself risking for sex? That's so stupid to me. I don't get it. I never understood that because I'm a woman. And I don't, I feel sympathy, or empathy, but it's like, why do you keep doing that? Risking yourselves for, I don't know, for sex,
Because we're men.
And it's so stupid to be as a woman, because why would you put yourself, because sex, you think about it, or how long does orgasm last? It doesn't last forever. So it's like, it's a temporary, I know it's like a drug, it's like a temporary fix. It doesn't last. And then so now you're
And many
dead,
people,
and so like you can't have sex anymore. So what was the point? It's like it's so stupid to me.
well, oftentimes we don't get killed for having sex, so that's probably one reason why
Well,
we might chase it.
I know, but
But
no, I'm just saying. Well, in the case as far as like going like that risky behavior going overseas, and they don't all get killed, but a lot of them are getting killed, kidnapped, like the gentleman I was telling you about that I read in the article the other day. It's just I don't get it. I don't know.
yeah,
It
I mean,
doesn't.
I mean, I think again, and this goes back to how they're wired versus how women are wired. And the way that the way that we think pathologically, and the way the neurons work, they're different.
Yeah.
Because what we want and desire, format in two different ways. I mean, yeah, right. Yes, men will want and covet sex. Nothing necessarily inherently wrong with that, but in reality, the situation is you need to be able to. This is why we talk about our faith again, because it comes into play in terms of then speaking to the beast and giving something to the beast that puts the reins on that beast, which is the Spirit of God. or someone might say the principles of God for them, but whichever way you look at it. But in reality, that's why, that's also why, we are going to think differently about the situation. For instance, women may not fully understand how men behave and move, but you never will, because unless you're in a position of power, you never understand it. I never understand. I can understand in some aspects, right? But I don't walk down the street and clutch my bag, thinking to myself. Now, of course, if I roll down in a particular area which I know is known for crime, different story, right? But if I'm on a tube or I'm on a train, and a man sits next to me, I'm not thinking to myself. I'm just like, I'm cool. Like, do you know why? Because as men, we know that if toe to toe, we gonna go. But as a woman, you know that there's a potential you're going to lose this fight, because if it goes toe to toe, he's potentially much stronger than you, most men. So I will never know the fear that you actually face. I will never know how you move in the world in that particular way. The only way I can maybe grasp it is being a black person in a white supremacy society. That's the only way I can really understand it, right? And even then, it's still not going to be enough, because I'm still over you as a man, as a black man. You know what I mean?
And
When
you,
it comes to the social hierarchy. So I won't be able to understand where women are coming from all the way. What's important is not even how we understand where you're coming from. What's important is that as a male, as a leader, how do I treat you? Because no one has ever complained about good leadership. They only complain about bad leadership. And when man fell and put the order of a man will rule over a woman and a woman will pine after thee, it's never going to change. Because just like when childbearing hurts, it don't change. Those are the things that God gave us. Man and woman will always have that relationship. Here's the key thing though. How do you rule? Do you rule with an iron fist, or do you rule in servitude and love? That's the key part. And so I think the focus needs to be on imputing more of that message into young boys and young men. And I've always said this, I don't understand, but I do understand, because Satan's the god of this world, why schools have never instituted mental health, counselors, therapists into school as a norm. We are in a society where we have so much information, but schools have not rolled out, educational boards have not rolled out mental health experts, relationship experts, financial experts to come in and speak to kids as part of the curriculum. You know why? Because Satan's the god of this world. He doesn't mind if the man is a brute. He doesn't mind if the woman is hurt. He doesn't mind if the woman is bitter and angry and unforgiving. Doesn't mind if the man wants to take advantage, because it works to his agenda. Because otherwise, somebody should have thought about this earlier on and thought to himself, we need to educate these young boys from early. We need to educate these boys from early. We need to get them before they get into the gangs, before they get into into misogyny, and before the women get sexually violated. And to be honest, a lot of kids have been violated before they even get to school. So that might be a little bit late. But even then, let's stop some of the other ones that are happening. Right? Let's have an education on these things. These kids should be educated from well young, but we don't. Financially, these kids have been educated from well young, but we don't, because the agenda isn't one that is of God. The agenda is one that is devilish. We live on the earth, and the Bible says Satan is the god of this earth. He runs the system that helps to keep people in perpetual pain and perpetual harm, and in further give a playground for our sins to take control. And I'm not perfect. I mean, when I tell you my story, 2024, I'll probably release it a bit more. Y'all probably be shocked. I had my ways. I'm not saying it from a perfect perspective. And I've been part of the problem. So it's not like me even trying to idealize the situation. I just know that in reality, there's a lot of things from young that need to be taught that are not being taught. And the reason being is because when you train up a child in a way to go, he does not depart from it.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting when you mentioned about as far as like the patriarchy and white supremacy. I always said they were parallel to each other, white supremacy and patriarchy, that they kind of go hand in hand, kind of in a way. Because if you look into it, a lot of like melanated societies back then, they were actually matriarchal. I remember there's this one gentleman I like to listen to. He's ancestor now. He was a Native American activist named Russell Means. I don't know if you ever heard of him. he was native, well, for the Lakota Nation, here in America. And I remember I watched something on YouTube, and he addressed about the patriarchy. And he mentioned in his culture how, we're matriarchal and stuff. And, that's why in their culture, as far as like with the sweat lodges, that's I guess, their way of, through the suffering going through with the sweat lodge, to purify. Because with women, if you think about it, we have our menses, we naturally purify, every 28 days. We're already aligned with the moon. If women, we're already connected with the universe. Not to say men aren't, but it's like that's what he was mentioning about with the purification ceremony. That's to purify. Well, that's the their version of what women do naturally. We purify from the inside out. And it's funny how, like in Christianity and religions, that was seen as like it was dirty, to have a cycle, that a woman was dirty, that she was tainted. And they taught that, in these, white ruled religions, but they never taught that in our religion. And it's funny because a lot of melanated men have taken on like white supremacy, that patriarchal way of thinking about women, and it's interesting though, but I'm not shocked by it. Colonization and stuff,
You're hitting on some key points, right? So in quintessentially, right, and you talk about cleansing, I'll talk about it in a second as well. Quintessentially, what men who have, even well-intentional men, right, have done is, a claim to power, right? And I'm not perfect either, so there's parts I need to work on as well, right? And in amongst that, what's happened is we've not culturally, and through obviously our experiences, our traditions, we've used whatever means we could to keep a woman down, right? And when you understand human beings and what they're like, right? We were told to dominate the earth, not each other. We weren't supposed to dominate each other. The problem is fear becomes a major motivating force for why people go on to dominate people, and why they enslave people, why men keep women down, because there's a form of power there, but also so they can keep hierarchy, right? But in reality, as we're starting to grow into to more mature people, I'd have thought so, as knowledge is abounding, I think for me personally, like in my own growth, even I've seen where I would have been leading from when I was 20, 18, well, maybe even 17, where I would have been leading from would have been a place of fear and trying to control. Now I realize that good leadership doesn't need that. And the person can follow me without that. I don't need to control for the person to follow me. What I do need to do is show what I am capable of and what kind of leadership I implement. And that comes through how I lead my life. Now, we weren't taught that from young. We were taught to go and take inadvertently. And so we've been born into a society that has contributed towards the enslavement of each other. And so as good leadership goes, I don't need to take to go and be a good leader. I don't need to control to be a good leader. But in terms of obviously history, and you spoke a little bit about as well, we got a little bit about the cleansing and how in Christianity, that's a major thing. And that goes back to what I said about Ephesians 5. It says he washes the wife through the word. So his word that he speaks and he utters, Russ might say the Bible, but it's really the revelation of God and his word. When it's uttered upon people, they get cleansed, or at least let me say his bride, those who believe in him, are cleansed by the word. Who is the word? Jesus Christ is the word of God. So when we encounter Christ, we are cleansed. We're born again. We are refreshed. We are renewed. Now, the trouble with that is that even as a Christian born again, I still remember the experiences. I still remember, you know, about the things that I've done in the past. I still remember the flavor of ice cream. And if I've been told that ice cream is no longer good for me, I still remember that ice cream still feels good. And so the Bible tells us in Galatians 5 that there is a war between the flesh and the spirit. And that the flesh is weak, but the spirit is willing. The nature of a man or a woman is weak, but the spirit is willing. The flesh wants to do what the flesh wants to do, but the spirit is willing. And so what we're now talking about is what we see out in the world is when the flesh rules and the spirit doesn't. When the flesh rules and the spirit doesn't, whether you're Christian or not, you're going to get destructive results, me included. And so, you know, the aspect of what we're seeing in our society at the moment, we're seeing gender wars, we're seeing, you know, like I said, Queenmaker's talking about maybe looking at the way that as men and women, how we operate and stuff.
Well, this was
A
inevitable.
lot of this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, this was inevitable. I mean, nothing happens without, there's a purpose for everything. Nothing just happens and happenstance that it just happens. Who's to say this wasn't supposed to happen? Who's to say, I know we say it's toxic, but, sometimes it takes, what do they mention about chaos? See, that's the thing. People usually are afraid of chaos, but usually it takes chaos to bring back to, something back into order. Exactly. So, who's to say God maybe didn't use someone like a Kevin Samuels or Princella or whatever? We don't know, the plans of God. To question, what we've been programmed and taught, because, I truly think, we're in for a revolution. I don't know how long any of us, how long any of us are, going to be around to see what it'll look like in the next, I don't know, 25 to 30 years. It should be interesting. By that time we probably have flying cars, but yeah, it's really interesting. Like I said, I hope I'm alive to see, things change, for the better. Yeah. I'm 34, but yeah, in the next 30 years, yeah, I hope I'm still living to be able to see. Hopefully, it'll change for the better. But
some
yeah,
parts it will. Some parts it will. Some parts it will. Some parts it will change for the better, and there's gonna be a lot of things that will change for the worse because the Bible lets us know. The Bible's a prophetic book. It tells us as the love of God waxes cold, so does the coldness of man's heart, and through the coldness of man's heart
you definitely do
the
see it.
wickedness of man.
You definitely do see it out in the world today. It does seem like, what was it, Ephesians? We don't wrestle against flesh and blood, but against powers and principalities. I'm sorry, I'm not a Bible scholar. I don't know everything literally.
That's okay.
But yeah, I could definitely.
Ephesians 6.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. Yeah, it's but yeah, we just need to all this stuff like around the world is just a distraction from God, and I think a lot of us need to probably just sit and get quiet and meditate and get back to the source because a lot of us have strayed away from the source, which is God. And you're right. Well, when you mentioned about Satan, I remember I looked up the etymology for the word Satan. It just means adversary or enemy. And it's funny if you think about it. Sometimes you could be your own Satan, your own adversary, your own enemy. I mean, didn't Michael Jackson talk about man in the mirror? I gotta, if I want to make the world a better place, I gotta look at myself and make the change. Change. People think change is like what you do on the outside. Really, to change the world, you have to go within. That's where it starts. And a lot of people, to be honest, are terrified to go within. I guess maybe they'll terrify what they'll find, but there's nothing to fear but fear itself. That's when you truly find out who you are when you go within. Not what you. A lot of people don't truly know what they are. They think they know what they are, but they don't. The people die, go on to the next, and never truly know who they truly are on a deeper level, because they had, I don't know, were too afraid to, or had distractions, didn't know how to access that part of themselves. So yeah, it's really deep. So all right, I'll get off because I know I've been on here so long, and I know we're at the 5 hour mark. This is my first live stream. You made it a very pleasant experience for me. It was lovely speaking with you, and so I'll just get off.
Appreciate it. No worries, Connie. Thank you.
All
We
right,
appreciate
thank you
your
so
presence too.
much. All right, bye
All
bye.
right.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, listen, guys, it's been a great conversation. I didn't know it was going to take this turn. I wouldn't lie to you, but it did take this turn. And you know what? For the better. Because sometimes, you think, you got to preach the gospel. And sometimes the gospel is being preached in what you're just talking about, But, we appreciate everybody who's contributed towards the conversation in the chat, in the panel as well. And I appreciate, you guys. I know some of you guys had some wars in the chat as well. Thank you guys for being respectful, about, but I know that obviously, the things that are happening in our society affect us all, and we all want to win, and we all want to grow and move forward. You know what I mean? But I appreciate the conversation. It's been a little while since done a 5 hour live. Can't lie to you. But Sha, we're here, and we really appreciate people's time and energy into coming into this space. For anybody out there as well, again, if you want to know more about Jesus, listen, Google's your best friend. I can't lie to you, but the Bible is there. The Bible is there. Chat GTP is even there. Ask Chat GTP, is Jesus real? He will start pointing to some articles. Chat GTP, can you prove Jesus Christ is real? Articles will come up. I thought we were when we had Google, I thought we were in the technological age. But I'm telling you, with things like Chat GTP, AI, and them kind of things there, that's a different level of technological phase. If you can now ask the computer directly and he's banging out these things on your phone, come on, man, Jaw. Come on, Jaw. Like, you can find your answers there. So I'm telling you, look, I understand it's not going to be easy just to believe, but, we start by reading. You know what I mean? We start by reading and just taking in the knowledge. The Bible says, faith cometh by hearing the word of God. Go and hear the word of God. You understand? Things are different, So I appreciate you lot. Stay locked, stay loaded, and we'll see you again very, very soon. Much appreciation, much love. Bye-bye.